So I said we get started at 10:10. That's fine. We're just going to wait a few more minutes. For those of you who weren't in the Zoom feed earlier, the problem was the New Mexico Department of Information Technology. They had a problem with their servers. We received a message. They were investigating the outage and working on the issue diligently to resolve it. And it seems they've done that. There's that's the echo from YouTube running at the same time. The stream is running. People can watch online. And we'll just get started in a few minutes.
Judge, if you feel it's necessary to work late or start earlier for the rest of the week to make up for time, please do as you see fit.
Yeah, okay. That's a good suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate that. I was thinking, is it acceptable if we go at least till like 6 tonight?
Yes, sir.
Is that going to work for everybody else?
Yes, it will.
Yes.
This Peter Gould.
Okay.
I've got some people counting on me for a 6:30 arrival. I can make it if we're done at 5:50.
Okay. And then what about tomorrow morning if we started earlier at 8:30 rather than 9?
That works for the Attorney General.
That's hard on me, but I'll see what I can do.
Okay.
Hearing examiner Ryan, I will just have to check with Dr. Blank. He's scheduled to testify at 9 a.m.
Okay.
So maybe we can have this discussion at the end of the day.
Sure. So, but the idea would be we could go till 5:30 tonight and then start at 8:30 tomorrow. And then to the extent to which we have to go into 5:15, 5:30 tomorrow too, we'll just do that.
And I said 5:50. So if you wanted to go till 5:45 tonight, I just want to make sure.
Okay. There we go.
Make sure you heard me correctly.
Sure, that's fine. So we'll just go until 5:45. And then if you can ask Dr. Blank if he's available to start a little earlier tomorrow, then we can just have the extra time. Okay.
One thing, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think my witness, Shannon Fitzgerald, is supposed to go on scheduled last witness today. And he should be pretty flexible in that. So whenever you can get him.
Okay. Let's do this. Mr. Lee, we'll go back on the record now. All set?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're back on the record. This is the third day of the hearing in 22-00058. We had a bit of a time or IT issue this morning that ate into some of our time. It's 10. We're starting about 10:10 rather than at 9 as scheduled. And that was as a consequence of a New Mexico Department of Information Technology problem. So here we are. Mr. Morgan, you're still under oath, sir. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and Mr. Albright.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, just a preliminary matter. I wanted to reallocate some of my time, which I think will help everyone overall.
Okay.
I wanted to move my 7 minutes that I had from Mr. Sanders to Mr. Settlage. That would make Mr. Settlage 19 minutes.
Okay.
Also, with regard to the Walmart, Mr. Teague and Mr. Chris, I only need one of those witnesses, and I think my questions will be better reserved for Mr. Chris. So I'd like to move the 5 from Mr. Teague to Mr. Chris, which will give me 10 minutes for Mr. Chris.
Okay.
And that's it, at least for the time being. I may have some other changes later for staff, but I'm still analyzing that, where I might not need all of the staff witnesses that I've reserved.
Okay. Anything further before I hand this back over to Mr. Gedko? Ms. Park?
Yes, I've been told by Dr. Blank that YouTube wasn't working for him. I just wanted to verify if it was working for others.
I have, I mean, it shows me on my screen as the host that it is live on YouTube and that I have the option to stop it. Well, I can go to the PRC's website and find out. Actually, that's probably the simplest way.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, my understanding is there's a new link for today that was just sent out recently, so it could be that Dr. Blank has the wrong link.
Yeah, and I've already emailed our IT department the link. They may be in the process of posting it.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, live meetings. Mr. Lee, let's go off the record for 2 seconds. I'm going to mute myself while I check to see this link is working. Is anyone else able to confirm that the link is working or not?
It's working for me, Mr. Hearing Officer, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Ms. Park, are you able to confirm with Dr. Blank that he's able to access it?
I'm checking right now. Thank you. Yes, it's working. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, so we're on the record, Mr. Lee, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Anything further before I give this to Mr. Gedko for 5 minutes with Mr. Morgan? Mr. Gedko, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Morgan.
Good morning.
Just because I'm not going to belabor it, but just because of where we left off at the end of the day yesterday, we were discussing the opt-out fee, and we had established that PNM, in PNM's application, you plan to file an update to the monthly opt-out fee closer to the time that the opt-out fee will actually implement it. Do you recall that, and is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Gecko. And which of the opt-out fees? I just want to make sure we're discussing and covering the correct one.
Right now, I'm just focusing on the monthly opt-out fee.
Okay, thank
the
you.
customer that chooses to opt out on a monthly basis.
Okay.
And so I had called it a chicken and the egg problem. The issue is that a customer will be asked to, do you see it as an issue that the customer will be asked to make a decision to opt out based on the number $28.31, but that when that customer actually begins to be charged for that opt-out fee, that customer might be charged a higher dollar amount on a monthly basis due to the actual costs that come into play.
Well, I want to clarify the 2831 is an estimated cost, so we wouldn't assess that fee and then change it. Once we file what the actual cost is, once we've determined the number of customers, then that would be the fee that would be charged to customers. So it wouldn't change, if I understand your question correctly, we wouldn't charge 2831 and then adjust it. Once we've confirmed what the cost is, that will be the cost once we've completed the deployment.
Understood. But when the customer is first dealing with the question of whether the customer wants to opt out,
Yes.
would that customer be looking at $28.31 when they're making that first decision to give you feedback as to whether they're going to opt out?
That would be correct. They would be basing it on that cost, but that cost could be less or it could be more once we determine what the actual cost will be.
Yeah. Would you ever? Okay. Do you see that as problematic?
I don't, only because we're making it very clear how we are determining the cost.
Okay. If you went into a car dealership to buy a car and they told you, we think it's going to be $30,000, but then when you went in to pick up the car 6 months later and they charged you $33,000, would that be okay?
Is there a contract or no? Because obviously if there's a contract, then they would have to, the price would be the original price. I don't think these customers will have that contract or confirmed once they've completed the form. They will have the option at that point based on the cost, whether or not to opt out or to have an AMI meter. So they may choose not to have an AMI meter because of the cost, and there would be no cost to the customer at that time.
Okay. All right. And then I just want to turn and look at one other item, which is in your exhibit ECM2, which is attached to your testimony. And
Yes.
there's an item there on the one-time cost that just caught my attention. It's additional handhelds in item 8. Am I correct to understand that those are handheld devices for reading meters? Is that what that refers to? Additional handhelds?
That would be the equipment that we would need to read opt-out customers. Correct.
And yesterday I thought I heard that opt-out customers might just keep the meter that they have right now. Is that correct?
Correct. They would keep their meter, but the need for a meter reader to go out and read their meter would require this equipment to manually read each month.
And you use that equipment to manually read those analog meters currently, correct?
Yes, but we don't know what equipment we're, projecting at what point we'll go live, what equipment may be necessary. This is just the estimated cost of what that equipment may be, but there will be additional equipment to read these customers, or possibly a different type of equipment.
And Mr. Gedko, unfortunately, that's the time, but it's a good question.
Okay.
Let's see, Mr. Baker, you've requested 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Morgan, many of my questions are based off your response to my interrogatory, which I've put in as Baker Exhibit number 1. And the interrogatory addressed to you was interrogatory 02 or 1-02, which begins on page 3 of 13. In that question, I requested documentation in a graph or chart form showing me the number of meters that were replaced each year for 1A and 2A service, beginning a period of the year 2000 running through 2022. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
Mr. Morgan, you're muted.
My apologies. I'm trying to address the noise issue in this room. But yes, I have that in front of me, your request for meters tested from 1A, 2A, 2022.
Great, thank you. And in your response, you stated that my request was overly broad and undue burdensome regarding the number of years. And you did respond with a graph basically showing replacement numbers beginning year 2016 and running through 2022, correct?
That is correct.
Great. what I was attempting to discover was the number of meters that were replaced each year when they're under different rules. Because as I understand it, there were some years in the past where only meters that failed were replaced. And then there were other years when there was kind of a batch replacement policy in effect. And then recently that was suspended and we kind of went back to the replace only when they're failed. Is that correct?
Well, it's still part of we still obviously do failed meter removals or exchanges.
Right. I was just looking for the different numbers in different years.
Okay.
All right. So as far as I can tell from your chart, it looked to me that in the years where batch failure replacement was suspended, it looked like there was about 10,000 1A meters and less than 2,000 2A meters replaced per year. Is that what you would conclude looking at that chart?
Prior to 2019, that is about the average that I'm looking at from 16 through 18.
Great. And then when the batch replacement policies were kind of allowed, closer to 30,000 1A meters and 4,000 2A meters were replaced in those years. Do you think that's a fair assessment of the data?
Well, I think when the suspension was lifted, there was clearly an uptake in the number of meters that needed to be exchanged. So I believe that's a contributor to 2019 and possibly beyond until 2022.
I understand, but it was something less than 50,000 meters that were replaced. Even the worst year or most expensive year. So my understanding of the current plan with AMI meters, we're talking about replacing more than 5,000 or 500,000 meters within the plan period, whether or not the legacy meters are functional. Is that correct?
Other than the customers who opt out, the meters that are in the field will have a meter replaced with an advanced meter.
And that number is something over 500,000 meters.
Yes.
Great. And one thing I've been wondering about, and this may apply to the question you were just asked, is do you know if the AMI meters can be read manually in case of network failure? It sounds like the handheld devices are what that's the intention. Is that correct?
The handheld devices are not for the advanced meters.
So
the handheld meter, those would be for the opt-out customers.
I see. So is there a way to manually read a smart meter in cases of network failure, extended network failure?
I do not know the answer to that, if the meter can still be read manually or not. Because again, we're talking about a different type of meter, and the capability and the information that may be necessary may not be able to be read manually.
I see. Do the smart meters have a visual display that you can look at?
From the photos I've seen, there is a display, but the sequence of information that may go through that display, I am not aware of.
Okay. I'm going to assume for now that if there is a display, it could be read. So what I want to ask you next is, as far as meter reading goes, do you think it would be possible to install smart meters, but on a current replacement policy, either batch or upon breakage, but only replace legacy meters with smart meters as they fail, if we retain the current billing system, billing and reading system, basically not, or postpone, do you think it's possible to postpone the back end of smart meter reading if smart meters can be read manually for now?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's a compound question.
Yes, sustained and entirely too complicated, Mr. Baker. You got to break that question into questions or just ask a simpler question.
Got it. Yeah, that did kind of get wound up. So what I'm wondering is, assuming that there's a display on the new smart meters, it would be possible for meter readers to read a smart meter and utilize the current billing system. Do you think that's possible?
Mr. Baker, I cannot confirm that because I don't know what information would be available for the meter reader to capture the data.
So you
If
don't
it
think
could
the meters display the usage?
I don't know what information would be available if it would provide us the ability to read the meter manually.
I see. Okay. And so to that effect, if you don't know if they could be read manually, I'm assuming that you could not answer a question where I ask, let me ask the question. So could the full implementation of the AMI project be postponed until there are enough AMI meters in place to make the back end financially feasible?
Because I don't know the answer to that question. That may be a question that's better suited for maybe Mr. Sanders, because it does sound like there's cost involved in that with regard to the application.
I see. I'm just looking for alternatives to buying and putting 500,000 meters in place. You understand? So I thank you for your time, and maybe we can get the schedule back on track, because that concludes my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Verheul, I think it's a fair question, and I frankly am a bit surprised that Mr. Morgan doesn't know the answer, and I don't mean that as a criticism, but in light of the events that just happened this morning where we had a network outage and all of us were delayed for 2 hours, I have to assume there is some backup mechanism for reading these automated meters in the event that what happened this morning happened, which is inevitable. So that may already be in testimony. I'm not going to spend the time to go through Mr. Hawkins, but I think it's an important question that at least the commission has to have an answer for. What do we do for reading automated meters when power goes out or Wi-Fi goes down or the many communication systems that function together fail? So if that's a Mr. Hawkins question, have Mr. Hawkins answer it. If it's already in his testimony, it'll be simple enough to just point me to where that is. But I do want to make sure that question's answered, and to the extent to which it requires supplemental testimony, P&M can treat that as a bench request.
We will certainly look at that and provide the answer in one of the forms that you request.
Again, if it's there and it's a lot of information, perhaps you already did supply that. All you need to do is direct me to that portion of the testimony. But I just want to make sure that that question's answered because it's a very reasonable one. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Herman. You've requested 10 minutes with Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Examiner, I will help the cause getting us back on schedule by waving my cross for Mr. Morgan.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Herman. Mr. Borman, staff requested 5.
Thank you. I likewise have no questions for Mr. Morgan.
Terrific. I have only a few questions for Mr. Morgan, and I don't see any of the commissioners present. I'm keeping my eye on the waiting room. Mr. Morgan, is it reasonable for the commission to look at the opt-out fees for SBS and EPE when deciding whether PNM's opt-out fee is reasonable and how large it should be or how small?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, is that reasonable? I would say yes, to look at SPS and EPE.
And I assume that would be because, people have family members throughout the state. And if a PNM customer were talking to, say, their uncle or something who lives in El Paso, and they say, well, how much you pay to opt out? And they say, oh, well, it's only $10 a month. And then the PNM customer would say something like, well, so mine's $28 a month. And then they would be something like a conversation like, what's going on here? And then the commission would get a bunch of calls. I mean, you can understand why the commission would want to have some consistency in our application of these matters, right?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Is the opt-out cost in any way meant to be punitive?
No, it is not meant to be punitive.
In an ideal world, would PNM want no opt-outs?
In an ideal world, we would hope that customers would opt into an advanced meter, in turn not having opt-out customers. Yes.
Yeah, and I assume that's because of all the many benefits that we've already heard about in this proceeding that the AMI meters give us?
Correct.
Yeah. When PNM was formulating how you calculate costs associated with opt-outs, I understand the testimony was this is the sort of logistics of driving around and deploying people to go do stuff. What I want to know is, are there other externalities that you considered that may not have been incorporated into the opt-out fee?
I would like to think we captured everything that could relate to a person physically going to a property to read that meter manually. I cannot think of anything that we may have left out, but
okay,
I'm not 100% sure.
What I was trying to understand too is, is there any, so Mr. I think in your testimony, you point out to me in the answers to my bench request and supplemental testimony, PNM would face meaningful problems, I think, for grid reliability if you had pockets of opt-outs who also had high penetration of home solar PV. Is that what you explained there?
Yeah, I'll try to explain. If we have a high opt-out rate, then yes, we lose some of those benefits of knowing where customers may be out because there's gaps in the system. Whereas if those clusters are together, we could still be able to get the information or gather the information, even though we have opt-out customers in the same area. So it just really depends how spread out they are, I would say.
Yeah, and the question I'm really asking is, ultimately, I understand if people want to exercise some choice for whatever reason to not have this meter, whatever the basis for that decision may be. But what I'm trying to understand, and this is the nature of those questions, is if it is desirable that we all be in this together and the system benefits in some way that we can tangibly identify, then it seems to me, at a basic philosophical level, the individual interest must yield. And that's what I'm trying to sort of understand if PNM has been able to calculate that thought in some meaningful way.
Yeah. I don't have that answer for you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. As I stated in my testimony, the whole intent is we want customers to opt in to gain the benefits of this system and to be able to accommodate the best we can for those that opt out and still be able to gather information that's necessary for us.
Sure. And one of the thoughts I had was, well, if you have all these people out driving around, I mean, certainly there's electricity or mostly in this case, gasoline usage, and there could be additional emissions associated with the meter reading processes. That's one example of the cost of opt-outs. Is that a reasonable consideration?
Yes, sir.
And again, this isn't to suggest that there is a correct answer to what anyone should do. Is more, here are the costs of any choice, which I'm sure economists would say, that's invariably the question we all must ask when we talk about something as significant as the reliability and provision of electricity to our society. I don't think that's a question. I'm just sort of stating why I'm asking the question for the record. Final question. Oh, well, not final, but I have a few more. Just when you were designing the opt-out, it includes both a one-time fee and a monthly fee. And the question I found myself asking is why that structure? And the answer might be straightforward, but why a monthly fee and then a one-time fee? Why not just do it all monthly, or why not just do it all at once? I mean, what's the thought behind it?
Sure. So the one-time fee is, for those customers, for us to set up our system, what equipment may be necessary for our opt-out customers, one time, and then the monthly, because it's ongoing, depending upon how frequently, or us and our vehicles, our employees having to go out monthly. So that's why they're separated and not combined together.
And then, so does the one-time fee that the customer has to pay basically immediately is the idea, well, that PNM wants to get kind of immediate recovery of an expense? Is that what that's doing?
Yes, that's in ECM2 where there's a breakdown of each of those individual costs, the communication, the system that we have to, any changes we have to make, or we will have to make changes in our CIS system, and then as well as the hardware, and then there's the one-time cost for whatever the system. We just don't know exactly. I think Itron's our vendor of choice for the meters. That was an estimated cost of who the vendor may be for our opt-out customers. We may not be utilizing Itron for those opt-out customers.
Okay. And then the only thing I wanted to clarify is, can you just explain to me again? And this is really just me trying to. We've gone back to the figure in Ms. Sanchez's testimony to see how PNM's plan plays out over time. To be clear about when things will occur, I understand there's going to be a delay in the timing of when the opt-out fee would actually kick in. And what I want to know is just, do you have a basic estimate time when you would see, assuming everything went, if PNM's application was approved as submitted, do you have can you give me just a rough estimate, maybe by quarter or a time of the year, when you expect the opt-out fee would start being applied to customers?
Yeah, I believe in my testimony, it states that we will not begin charging opt-out fees until we have fully deployed or at near full deployment of our meters. So we're talking possibly 3 years down the line from today. Mm-hmm.
That's very useful.
Yes.
That's all my questions for Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I have a few minutes for redirect with Mr. Morgan?
Absolutely. I was going to go there next. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morgan, I just have a couple questions. I want to bring you back to yesterday. Do you recall Mr. DeSalen asking you questions about a non-communicating interval meter?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that was a non-communicating interval meter that was suggested as an alternative, I believe, in CCAE testimony. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
Mr. DeSalen followed a line of questioning and asked you at one point, was it feasible to offer customers such a meter as I just described as an option if they opted out from AMI? Do you recall that question and what your response was?
Yes, I did state that that was a feasible option for customers. I would expand on that with regard to when we were developing our cost, we didn't account for that type of meter. That meter not being a standard single register, multiple registers, interval data information. So that would be a more expensive meter for PNM, along with the equipment that would be necessary to obtain the data that's required.
And does that mean that you think that actual opt-out fees, both one-time and monthly, might be higher as a result of offering that type of meter?
I don't necessarily want to say possibly the one-time opt-out, but I do think we would have to look at our numbers with regard to the monthly charge. The ongoing cost may need to be adjusted to account for that type of meter.
Okay, thank you. And now with respect to the monthly charge, is it accurate to say that PNM will not be implementing that monthly charge until the rollout of AMI is complete?
That is correct.
Okay. And just one more question, or perhaps line of questioning. Do you recall yesterday when, Mr. Lesky was asking you about job opportunities within PNM for meter readers who we would no longer need to be reading meters?
Yes, I do.
And you remember he asked you about apprenticeship opportunities in various different towns and cities throughout the state.
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. Are you aware of job opportunities other than or in addition to apprenticeships in various towns? Yes? Go on.
Yes, yes, I am. And in my testimony, I did state that there would be new job opportunities that would be available for meter readers. We're not just talking about a meter reader staff. I understand Mr. Lester's concern as it relates to the represented workforce, but there are also non-represented employees. And we seek to provide employment with PNM with those new jobs. There's opt-out meter reader opportunities, data analytics folks. This technology will provide new jobs, new skills, and part of my testimony talks about the cost that's associated, which is to train and develop those individuals to go into these new crafts outside of just the apprenticeship opportunities.
Thank you. And I was wrong. I have one more question for you. At what point in the whole cycle will PNM be implementing the one-time opt-out fee?
The one-time opt-out, when it would be implemented, just to confirm the question? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I remember correctly, the one-time opt-out fee will not be charged to customers until we have fully deployed AMI meters.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you.
You're excused, sir. Thank you. Mr. Verhule, I have Mr. Johnson up.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and Ms. Padilla will be presenting Mr. Johnson, so we'll need to take the 5-minute change break if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, nothing we can do about it, so that's fine. So let's go till 10:48. Keep our
Thank
truck
you.
moving.
I'm ready when you are, El Capitan.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I'm just waiting for our P&M peoples to come back.
Mr. Ryan, this is Sydney, and
Yes.
I just want to take this opportunity to let you know I will not have any cross for Mr. Johnson. I believe I reserved time for him, but I also wanted to remind you that some of my questions of Ms. Sanchez about time of use rate structure, their existing offerings, she deferred to Mr. Sutledge, so I would like about 10 minutes with Mr. Sutledge instead.
Okay. Yeah, I have a note here about that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lee, ready?
Yes, sir.
Great. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Padilla, you can call P&M's next witness, and then Mr. Lee will swear him in.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and good morning. P&M calls Zachary Johnson.
Johnson, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of penny, to be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Ms. Padilla.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Zachary R. Johnson.
And what is your position at P&M?
I am the manager of energy efficiency design.
All right, and you provided rebuttal testimony in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you have what's marked as P&M Exhibit 18 in front of you, your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Could you please identify that for us fully?
Rebuttal testimony of Zachary R. Johnson, dated February 8th, 2023.
Okay. And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And is it, do you have any changes or corrections to make to it at this time?
I do not.
Is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, P&M moves about admission of P&M Exhibit 18.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 18 is admitted.
Okay, and now P&M makes Mr. Johnson available for cross-examination.
And Mr. DeSalen, you've requested 25 minutes with Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I don't think it'll take that long, but we'll see. Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Charles DeSalen, and I'm an attorney representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And I have a few questions for you. First of all, a couple of questions about your rebuttal testimony, which is P&M Exhibit number 18. Do you have that handy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So I'd like to take a look at page 5 of that testimony.
Okay, I'm on page 5.
Okay, and on page 5, let's see. On line 15, there's a question that says, does PNM plan to conduct a pilot program in the next EE filing in 2026 that would leverage AMI? Do you see where that is?
Yes, sir, I do.
And let me just make things clear here. When you say that the next EE filing, do you understand that to mean the triennial energy efficiency plan that that PNM would be filing with the commission?
Yes, sir. That's what I understand it to be. And that would be filed in 2026 for plan years 27, 28, and 29.
Right. Okay. And it says there that the pilot program would leverage AMI. And that's kind of vague to me. And I was wondering if you could put a little more flesh on that. Explain what you mean by a pilot program that would leverage AMI.
Yeah, so what I mean by that is as we transition from capturing electrical energy usage on a monthly basis to interval data, that should allow us through the energy efficiency lens to do a couple things. One, better understand energy usage by our customers on a granular level. Two, help us modify and develop program design. And three, allow us to better target some of our customers in our service area. Okay. And so by gathering the data that's going to be available via an AMI, we hope to be able to modify our programs to better serve our customers.
Okay. And could you explain a little bit about what that pilot program would look like?
Well, I don't know exactly what that pilot program would look like. I think in the testimony, we talked about developing and designing a pilot program after we start to receive some of the information captured with AMI to understand what that information is showing us and what we can do to modify programs. An example for that would be as we capture energy usage, if we're starting to see high usage in HVAC systems, for example, maybe that's a program or a measure that we look at offering or changing the incentive structure on.
Okay. And at this point, do you know what the size of the sample would be for your pilot program? How many customers would be involved?
I do not know that at this time.
Okay. Would that be a pilot program that would be started with low-income customers?
I'm not sure at this time if I could answer that. The way that we design programs in energy efficiency is we are governed by the EUEA, and we design programs that allow all of our customers the opportunity to participate who pay into the rider. So we would need to develop both the sample size of these pilots, what these pilots are, and how we would plan on deploying those pilots within the guidelines of the EUEA.
Okay. One more question on this. Do you have an idea at this point of when that pilot program would be completed?
As far as the design or the actual deployment and implementation of the pilot?
The actual design and implementation of the pilot.
Yeah, I believe in my testimony, we talked about working to design a pilot within 12 months of completion of the customer energy management platform, and then look to implement it within 13 months of gathering information.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to what's been marked as CCA WRA Exhibit 10, which is the supplemental testimony of Michael Kenny, and that in part responds to some of your rebuttal testimony. Do you have that document handy?
I'm getting it, sir. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Yes, I have the document in front of me. What page are you referencing?
Okay, well, I'd like to start on page 7. Just for the record, I want to say that this document has not yet been entered into evidence or admitted into evidence, but I'll just be using it as sort of a starting point for asking Mr. Johnson some questions. Beginning on page 7, Mr. Kenny responds to your testimony. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then he summarizes Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and Western Resource Advocates recommendations regarding the use of the environmental justice tool, and that's on page 7 and 8. Do you see that?
I do, yes, sir.
And then Mr. Kenny summarizes your rebuttal testimony, and that's on page 8 and 9. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and if you're not familiar with it, if you need to take a minute or two just to refresh your recollection, that's fine.
Thank you.
Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, sir.
Okay, so let's go to page 9
Okay.
of Exhibit 10. And starting there on line 4, Mr. Kinney states, I would like PNM to clarify and confirm that distributed intelligence functionality and features will be included in the stakeholder discussions and part of its next energy efficiency plan. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do see that.
Okay, and my question for you, Mr. Johnson, is can you confirm that PNM will be taking these steps in its stakeholder discussions?
I can confirm that if our grid mod application is approved and AMI is deployed, that it would be prudent to include distributed intelligence functionality in preparation for our next triannual energy efficiency filing for program years 27, 28, and 29. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then can you also confirm that, well, okay, you've already answered my next question. So my next question then is, would PNM be willing to make that a requirement of the commission's final order in this case?
I believe we are required under the EUEA to hold stakeholder meetings in preparation for our upcoming energy efficiency program plan filings.
Okay, but in addition to holding stakeholder meetings, I think that you have agreed to include discussions of distributed intelligence functionality as part of those discussions.
Yes, sir. If we have the technology implemented and in place to support those discussions, we will have those as part of our energy efficiency preparation.
Okay, and would you be willing to put that in the final order, make that a requirement, or allow the commission to make that as a requirement in their final order?
I would not have a problem with that. Again, if the technology warrants us to hold those conversations, absolutely, that would be something that we would bring into discussions as we look to further modify and develop our energy efficiency offerings.
Okay, thank you. And then looking back at our Exhibit 10, Mr. Kenny's supplemental testimony. And when I say our exhibit, I mean the CCA EWRA exhibit. After the wording that I just quoted, Mr. Kenny goes on to say, I would also like PNM to discuss the various democratic and customer data sets that PNM uses in the development of its program portfolio throughout the stakeholder engagement process to ensure that environmental justice metrics and data are leveraged properly and effectively. And my first question is PNM willing to take these steps? Strike that, let me start again. Is PNM willing to commit to take these steps throughout the throughout the stakeholder process.
What specific environmental justice metrics and data are you identifying there, sir?
I believe you discussed those or referenced those in your testimony.
You know, what I discuss is some of the information that we currently gather for program design, and that includes information around LIHEAP, census data, Title I schools, nonprofit organizations in the community, our third-party implementer data, and we've even purchased data in the past to help us.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about here.
I guess I'm lost with the environmental justice process or screening, and that's why I'm asking for specific metrics that you're looking for, because like I just mentioned, those are the sources that we currently gather and utilize.
Okay. So those sources include some metrics, right?
Yes, they do. They include metrics around low income, federal poverty level, older housing stock, multifamily residents within our service territory. There's a lot of information in a lot of those documents that we use.
Okay, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is just that this information will be made available and brought up and discussed as part of the stakeholder process.
Yes, we currently use information as I've described during our stakeholder engagement process and during program modification and design.
Okay, and is PNM willing to commit to do that in the ongoing stakeholder process leading up to the energy efficiency plan?
We are willing to discuss the sources of information and what we're looking at. But again, sir, in energy efficiency, we design programs to achieve a required level of savings, which also allow all of our customers an opportunity to participate.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, Ms. Beatles yielded her time with Mr. Johnson, as did Mr. Albright. Mr. Herman, you've reserved 10 minutes.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Staff, you didn't request any time with Mr. Johnson, did you? I have 0 down, but usually I just don't put up something there. Just confirm, Mr. Borman.
No, we did not.
Okay. I don't have any questions for Mr. Johnson, so thank you, sir, for appearing today. Or unless Ms. Padilla, you wanted to redirect. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I actually
Yep.
do just have a couple of questions. One, just
Sure.
for clarity of the record. Mr. Johnson, could you explain what EUEA stands for?
Sure. The EUEA stands for the Effective Use of Energy Act.
Okay. Or could it be the Efficient Use of Energy Act?
Efficient. I'm sorry. Thank you, ma'am.
No.
And we had a demographic earlier that turned into democratic, which was probably a Freudian slip of Mr. DeSalen. So.
I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Padilla, for keeping me straight.
And same question for LIHEAP. Although maybe I don't want to. Well, could you just explain what LIHEAP is?
It's our low income assistance program.
Okay. And then Mr. DeSalen did ask you some questions about how our programs, or whether our programs can address low-income customers. And you mentioned that the EUEA, the statute, requires that our programs allow all customers an opportunity to participate. But is there a specific provision in the EUEA addressing low income? And if there is, could you just briefly explain it?
Yes, ma'am. There is a specific provision in the EUA that discusses low income, and what it requires is that we allocate no less than 5% of our funding towards low income programs.
So is that how you address low income in a like a non-discriminatory way?
Yes, ma'am. We ensure that no less than 5% is addressed towards our low income customers, and that's how we manage that portion of the EUEA.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for attending today. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Have a good afternoon.
You as well. Ms. Padilla, I believe we go to Mr. Sanders now.
Yes, although unfortunately we do have to do another little attorney swap. So I will be, Mr. Verheuel will be working with Mr. Sanders. But
All right, so we'll just take.
I'm sorry, just a few minutes is all we'll need.
I'll come back at around 11:12 and we'll just get started as soon as you're ready. Mr. Lee will go off the record for a moment.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I was hoping I could ask clarification on, I have some new exhibits to upload based on, I got some discovery last night from P&M.
I think
just-
okay, go ahead.
Should I just upload it to the Dropbox or should I do an email? I think this came up and I'm not sure what the answer was.
Yeah, I think what we've been trying to do is just to utilize email for subsequent documents. And if it's not a lot of data, then it shouldn't be a problem.
I'll check on that. One of them might be large, but
You could send it in a separate email if that's the case.
Yeah.
That always is a possibility.
so I email it as just casually, kind of, just so everybody has it.
Service lists and then identify the exhibits. I mean, they're not admitted simply because you submit them here. They have to be admitted in evidence. So really, you're just circulating them for the benefit of the parties and then the court reporter to have.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mr. Verhule, are we ready to go?
I see my witness, Mr. Hearing Examiner, so yes, we are.
Mr. Lee, we're back on the record.
Yes, sir.
P&M can call its next witness.
P&M calls Kyle Sanders.
Mr. Lee, if you could swear Mr. Sanders in.
Comments for the testimony you're about to give the moment up and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Sanders. Please state your name and your job title.
My name is Kyle Thomas Sanders. My job title is Director of Cost of Service and Corporate Budget.
And do you have with you what has been marked as P&M Exhibit 19? This is your direct testimony?
I do.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to Exhibit P&M Exhibit 19.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 19 is admitted.
Mr. Sanders, do you have in front of you what's marked as P&M Exhibit 20? This is your rebuttal testimony.
I do.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Are there any additions or corrections to it that you'd like to make at this time?
There is one correction. It impacts every page. On the document from pages 1 through, I believe, 18, the header was labeled as direct testimony and should have been labeled as rebuttal testimony in the first line of the header.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is what was uploaded to Dropbox rather was already corrected. Do you have any additional corrections at this time?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit P&M Exhibit 20.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 20 is admitted.
Mr. Sanders, do you have with you what is marked as P&M Exhibit 21?
I do.
And this is this your supplemental testimony?
Yes, it is. Filed on March 8th.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
No, sir.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit P&M Exhibit 21.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 21 is admitted.
Mr. Sanders, I have, or do you have with you what is marked as P&M Exhibit 42. This is the verified response of PNM to the first oral bench request made on March 20th.
It is in here. Give me just a sec to pull it up. I have a copy, but I want to make sure it's the same one that was provided to the court.
And when did that email come? Just, I want to pull that up too. I haven't had a chance to go through my email. Is it March 21st at 10:03 a.m.?
Yes, I believe so. Brian Buffington would have sent it.
And this address is, so it's entitled Verified Response of Public Service Company New Mexico to First Oral Bench Request made on March 20th, 2023?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Mr. Sanders, briefly, could you describe the contents of this exhibit?
Absolutely. So in response to the hearing examiner's request to have a table that showed the totality of the capital investments, we pulled together this exhibit. It reflects the data that was provided in KTS or PNM table KTS2 that was filed in my direct testimony for table 1. However, we did add the total column and rows at the bottom, so you get the full tabulation as requested by the hearing examiner. Additionally, just for ease and having all things in one spot, I did also include on that table 2, which reflects the annual O&M cost assumed in each year under the rider, which was originally provided in PNM table KTS3 within my direct testimony.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Hearing Examiner, move to admit PNM Exhibit 42.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 42 will be admitted, and I assume PNM has supplied that document to our court reporter via email. He was included on the service list. Well, he should have been included with the email. Was that done? Do you know, Mr. Verheuel?
Like you, I assume it was done, Mr. Hearing Examiner, but I'll have that verified while Mr. Sanders is being cross-examined.
I'm going to send it to Mr. Lee anyway, so then he'll know what it is. Done.
I offer Mr. Sanders for cross-examination.
Terrific. And before I do that, I see a Shannon guest in the waiting room. Does anyone know who the guest Shannon is?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that might be my witness. I'll tell him to log in a little later.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. I monitor that. It's not a big deal. It's just I see it and it jumps out at you.
I think he was just testing to make sure he could get in. So, okay, thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Sanders goes first to the city of Albuquerque. Ms. Park, you requested 40 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning.
I'm Julie Park with the city of Albuquerque. Let me start with your rebuttal testimony. So your initial proposed rate period is September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024, correct?
I apologize. I was getting to my rebuttal testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait. I'm sorry.
I apologize, but can you repeat the question? I just want to make sure.
Absolutely. So page 7 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and starting on page, line 5, it states PNM proposes that the first GMR true up, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to start with your initial proposed rate period is September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then PNM plans another filing in March of 2024 to set the rider rates for September 2024 through August 2025, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So then PNM is waiting, the plan is to wait until March of 2025 before any true up is performed. Is that correct?
I don't think that's 100% correct. So as part of that March 2024 filing, we would true up for actuals that are known to roll forward, as well as update any, projected costs. What won't be included in that March of 2024 filing would be a true over and under collection true up to it, as you would not have had a full rate year of collections during that filing to even calculate the over and under that would need to be refunded back to customers at that time.
So when does the true up show up in the rider rates? When does the first true up show up in the rider rates?
Can you clarify me what you're meaning by the true up? Are you talking about the over and under collection?
Yes.
Sure. So with the over and under collection, it would first be reflected in rates. Oh, I got to walk through this in my head. So I would file in 25. It would be reflected in September of 2025.
Okay, so and I'm struggling to follow this too. So if is PNM planning to wait 2 years from the start of the rider in September of 2023? That would be the first rider that would be implemented, correct?
September 2023, based on our projections included in this filing, if approved.
Okay. So will the over and under true up, will that first show up in September of 2026? Is that accurate?
2025, I believe.
2025, okay. Why is PNM proposing to wait 5 months after the effective rider date before making its annual filings? So let me step back. So under PNM's current proposal, the annual filings will be made in March, correct?
That's correct.
And the rider would become effective in September.
That's correct.
So the question is, why wait until March to make the next filing?
Waiting till March allows us to have, one, the time necessary to look at how actuals have come in, and then two, a better, closer approximation of what costs will be for that upcoming rider year. Obviously, as with any projection, the further out in time it goes, you often have more chance of, volatility in your estimates or just inherent in projections and timing and things of that nature. So providing it in March allows for that kind of 180-day window before rates would go into effect to have very good and meaningful estimates and projections, as well as the time needed to really analyze and account for the actuals that have occurred by that time.
So what if PNM is aware of changes that need to be made in October, and say maybe the costs have gone up? Would you still wait until March to make that filing?
To make the filing, I believe, yes, just as I stated, given that, and then as well as looking at revenues collected over an entire year, I think it's appropriate to wait for that filing and, have any other impacts that may occur. To make a filing anytime a single number changes, I don't think is administratively efficient or ultimately beneficial. I think a structured regimen of timing of when to make the filing provides the right level of transparency, as well as allowing, multiple data sources to come in.
Can you provide an example?
Sure. So you said if a cost increased in October, right?
Like
That was
for a
kind of your,
program. Yes, exactly.
that was your hypothetical. Well, as you've noticed, we have, I think, 8 total kind of projects, programs. I've heard it used interchangeably here. I think I use project in my testimony, but I've heard it interchanged. So there's 8 of those. And then, there's kind of the 9th of project oversight. So say if one of those you had a cost increase, and within those there may be multiple components to it, right? And so you may have a cost increase of a singular component within that project, but later you may have an offsetting decrease to another cost or a mitigation to it. And so to make some preemptive filing when you don't maybe have a full picture of if there's offsets and things, I think you run the risk of having way too many continuous filings to address every time an assumption or an estimate changes, which is why I think the structured set regimen of, annual filings that do full review, reconciliation, and allow for the commission and interveners and staff and all parties to have a comprehensive overview of where the projects are at that time is more appropriate.
And so if after you make that filing in March and 2 months later, maybe PNM becomes aware of another maybe cost increase, you would still wait till the following March to make that filing. Is that correct?
So that's an interesting kind of question to it. Simple answer, potentially yes. But I also, the way we structured the review and reconciliation that I think I detailed in my supplemental, the intent is to have the ability to have basically a full hearing and allow for discovery on those prior to that rate going into effect. And so I would think during that process, if an estimate became known or an error was identified or something like that, just as with any other filing that we make for those type of matters, that would be reflected in the final tariff that was approved.
Okay. When truing up to actuals, does PNM propose to use year-end plant balances, average year plant balances, or month-to-month plant balances?
So PNM would propose to use the month-to-month plant balances, as well as O&M and revenues collected. It would be a very similar process in filing as that we make with in our annual RPS filings. That's kind of the model and what I tried to structure the idea and concept of this after. And so I think if you actually look at my exhibits, I want to get the numbers right for you. KTS 2 and KTS 3, that shows how, let me make sure it's that. No, I apologize. It is KTS 4 and KTS 5 that would provide the revenue requirements on a month-to-month basis to reflect the cost as they're incurred that would be used to establish the rider tariff.
So let me see if I understood you correctly. This KTS 4, you're saying that this reflects your explanation that PNM is planning a month-to-month plant balances approach? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say, as the revenue requirements established within this exhibit are what flow into Mike Setlage's to develop the rates proposed.
I guess my question is, does it explain anywhere that this is what PNM is planning on doing with its balances? you have an explanation of that anywhere? And I understand you're saying that this table KTS4 reflects what you explained, but is there sort of a description of that?
Give me a sec to review my direct. I thought I did include in there that it would be based on that.
Okay.
I know within my direct I refer to, the exhibit of KTS4 for the development of the, proposed revenue requirements. But I believed in my direct that I did have that. I'm not appreciation revenues. I do not see where I stated explicitly that it would be based on the monthly balances within my testimony.
Okay. Did PNM provide a formula for the determination of these rates? Like, is it in the rider schedule somewhere?
For the determination of rates, you would need to speak with Mike Setledge. I developed the revenue requirements, which flow into that, which is the calculations that are provided in KTS4 and KTS5.
Okay. And I'm going to just ask you this question, and you might be referring me to Mr. Setledge. Is PNM asking for the commission to approve a formula?
I guess I don't fully understand what you mean by a formula. Can you clarify that?
Well, for the revenue requirement, let's start with the revenue requirement. Is there a revenue requirement formula somewhere?
KTS4 and KTS5 provide the calculation for the revenue requirement, yes.
But where is the formula?
I apologize. I'm not sure I understand the distinction you're making with formula.
Okay, so you have on, okay, I'm sorry, give me a second. So on table KTS4, you have the capitalization and weighted average cost of capital, correct?
That is correct.
And those are a few components of the revenue requirement formula, correct?
So KTS4 provides a full calculation of the determination of rate base, then to the return on rate base through applying the weighted average cost of capital. Mr. Lee, I will refer to that as the WACC, W-A-C-C. So it does show the WACC and then the return on the rate base based on that on a monthly balance, and then a summation of the total, as well as then as it keeps going, it adds in your operating costs that are assumed, being the O&M costs, as well as depreciation expense and property tax. And then it goes on to calculate your income taxes that would be based on the return on rate base. And for that, and then includes the reduction for revenue credits, which in year one are zero, but as you get to the out years would reflect your potential opt-out fees that we would reduce that with. And so it provides a full calculation, not just a component of the calculation for the monthly and annual revenue requirement.
So is the revenue requirement formula in the proposed tariff rider? Do you know?
So I am not familiar with the tariff rider. I will say that the calculation of the revenue requirement follows a very standard and traditional calculation of a revenue requirement, which is used in general rate cases as well as other riders utilized.
So are you familiar with the proposed tariff schedule?
I am not.
I'll ask Mr. Sedlich.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's appropriate.
So in your calculation of the rider revenue requirement, did you include materials and supplies as part of the rate base?
Can you ask me that one more time?
In your calculation of the revenue requirement, did you include materials and supplies in the rate base?
We did not.
Will PNM be including that at all in future grid mod filings?
That has not been assumed at this time.
Okay.
So I guess no.
So let me ask you about the legacy meter regulatory asset, and I believe that's at page 12 of the rebuttal testimony.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
So is it your understanding that PNM is currently recovering legacy meters in its current base rates?
When you refer to current base rates, you're I apologize. You're referring to the rates set in the 2016 rate case, 16276, something of that nature?
Yeah, I'm talking about the rates that PNM is collecting currently from its customers.
Yes. Yes, the cost of meters to serve customers are included in rates.
Sure. So, and that includes a return on that rate base, right? The meters.
Yes, ma'am.
So PNM is collecting the return on and of those meters. I guess I'm trying to understand. So why does PNM need a carrying cost on the regulatory asset for legacy meters when these meters are already in rate base?
Can you point me to the section of my testimony you're referring to?
So I'm just asking a general question. I don't think you.
Sure. And to clarify, PNM is not proposing an interim carrying charge. Under our proposal, we would retire the meters as AMI is deployed to properly capture the meters as they are retired and, to capture the ones that are still used and useful and in service and serving customers. And then, that grows as we deploy more AMI. PNM is not, while that reg asset is building per se, proposing an interim carrying charge on that to increase the value of that regulatory asset. PNM is proposing that in a future rate case, once that regulatory asset is established, that we would include it in rate base and still receive the return on it.
So it's PNM's proposal to address the base rate costs associated with the legacy meters in a future rate case. Would that be a fair characterization of what you said?
Yes, I think that was my testimony in the direct case. Or my direct
Can I
testimony.
follow up question, Ms. Park, real quickly?
Yes.
Is that addressed in 22-270?
So it is not, because as I said, we intend to build that regulatory asset with the deployment of AMI under the current deployment schedule. I would not have even retired the first legacy meter until outside of the future test period utilized in that filing. So I would not have a regulatory asset to address in that time period.
I understand. I figured as much. I just wanted to get confirmation that was correct. Thank you.
Do you know when PNM will be filing that that rate case to address the legacy meter costs?
I do not know the timing of that. Those can obviously change as plans change.
And so you were just talking to the hearing examiner about the appropriate test period. Which test period would PNM need to address the costs associated with these legacy meters at issue in this grid modernization case?
So I believe under PNM's proposal, I don't need a defined specific test period that's specific to address this. Because given the unique circumstance where the AMI meters will be recovered under the rider, and so the replacement of that would be under there to recognize the return of the meters that is collected through base rates as they do retire. We have proposed to actually continue depreciating that regulatory asset based on the approved depreciation rate to reflect that decline in the regulatory asset until the future rate case where it can properly be addressed. Therefore, the return on that may be embedded in base rates that way is reflected as a reduction to our proposed regulatory asset.
So bear with me. If PNM doesn't know when, and I understand you're talking about like an accounting entry, right, to address these different costs. Would that be correct? No?
Yeah, I mean, everything in my world is kind of accounting entries. Yeah. So yes, it would reflect, I would say the retirement entry, that is an accounting entry as well, but that would be done congruent with the actual true physical retirement of the meter. The accounting entry to reduce the balance for depreciation, as we have proposed, is a pure accounting entry that just reduces the value of that regulatory asset over time.
I guess, okay, and I guess what I'm getting at is, so the customers are getting charged certain rates right now based on what happened in 2016. 2016 was the last time the commission set rates that are being charged to customers, correct?
That is correct.
And that is not going to change until there's another rate case. And I guess I was just trying to figure out when PNM would file, but it sounds like you're telling me you don't know. Is that correct?
Well, so not exactly. PNM has filed a current rate case seeking to adjust its base rates.
Okay.
And so those are proposed to go into effect in January of 2024, utilizing a future test period of calendar year 2024.
But it doesn't include the legacy meters.
It does not, because as I've explained, the actual retirement of those legacy meters will not happen until outside of that test period. So there would be no regulatory asset during that test period to amortize or address.
So when would these legacy meter costs be addressed? I guess that was the question I was trying to.
I would propose that it would be a rate case after the full deployment of AMI, so you have the full establishment of the regulatory asset and know the actual true value of it. Being that there are certain costs within our meter account in plant and service and FERC accounts that will likely not be retired with the deployment of AMI, because they will still be a function that is utilized by a new AMI meter, but under FERC accounting is allowed to be booked to that FERC account. So given that, I would propose that you wait until the full deployment of AMI to where you fully know what the true regulatory asset for the legacy meters is.
And when would that be, do you think, based on PNM's current?
I believe based on the current plan, that is sometime in 2027, I think. John Hawkins would know the dates better than me, but I believe it's 2027.
So 2027 is when you think the full deployment of AMI meters will occur, is that correct?
That is my understanding. Like I said, John Hawkins would be better on the specific dates, but I think that's close.
I believe Mr. Sanders did state in his supplemental that AMI deployment at the earliest will not begin until January of 2025. And so with that understanding, do you have a different date in mind, or?
No, that is when the deployment begins of the actual meters. My understanding is that it's approximately a 3-year deployment. So that's where I get my 2027 of a third in 2025, a third in 26, and a third in 27. Understanding they may not be a third, and exactly that way. That is just kind of my finance world thinking of that 3-year deployment of those meters. So it does begin in 2025, that's correct, but you won't have a full deployment during that time.
Yes, it'll take about 3 years, 3.5 years, correct?
Like I said, John Hawkins would be better on the specifics of the deployment plan, but I believe it's around that.
So how, if PNM does not choose to come in at the end of the AMI deployment, how can ratepayers be sure that these costs will be addressed in rate base and base rates?
So as I've explained, that's the point and proposal of PNM to continue to depreciate those meters as they are in the regulatory asset to reflect that return on, or not return on them, I apologize, that's a slip, return of them in base rates to reduce that regulatory asset that would ultimately be included in a future rate case to reflect that.
So the regulatory asset under PNM's proposal would have a carrying cost until PNM files a rate case. Is that an accurate characterization of what PNM is asking?
I'm not sure I fully follow the question.
Oh, okay. So PNM is asking for a carrying cost associated with the regulatory asset of those legacy meters, correct?
As I tried to clarify earlier, we are not requesting an interim carrying charge that would be booked to the regulatory asset to increase the value. We are proposing that in a rate case, we would include that regulatory asset in rate base and get the return on it through that.
So the carrying cost would turn into a return that's associated with the regulatory asset? And I'm probably not please explain that again.
Sure. So, and maybe I'm not fully understanding the question.
Well, can I interject real quickly and let me see if I can do it? Because I think I understand. I mean, it's a difficult subject, and to keep it all straight. So if I understand, Ms. Park is asking about the carrying charge, and you said, no, there's no carrying charge in the legacy meters to the extent to which it's put into a regulatory asset. But what you are saying is that when the regulatory asset is sought, or I said, I guess, when the rate case comes where you're going to ask for the regulatory asset, which I don't have a word to describe other than that, you're going to seek a return on, effectively include that in rate base and treat it as though it is in rate base. Is that basically correct? Or have I messed this up?
That is correct. We would include the regulatory asset and associated ADIT on it. Mr. Lee, that's accumulated deferred income taxes, ADIT. We would include both of those in rate base and seek the return on that rate base item.
And that's going to be contingent upon whatever your return on equity is, which would, in theory, be much higher than, I assume, like whatever would use for a carrying charge. Is that a fair assumption?
I mean, I guess that would depend on the carrying charge. Oftentimes, we seek the carrying charge of a full WAC. For items in rate base, that return on is based on the WAC. So it would be higher than a debt rate.
So I one question I want to ask too, and I don't want to distract Ms. Park, but I do want to ask it since we're right here anyway, is, why should PNM get to do that and have we don't have to decide that because it's in the future, but I mean, just help me understand, like, why is it appropriate to allow you all to have a return on those legacy meters? I mean, they're taken out of service, and I understand this is staff's bone to pick with PNM as well in this instance.
Sure. So I believe it's appropriate to allow that carrying charge a return on rate base of it. Those can often be used interchangeably. I apologize for that.
That's fine.
But I think it is appropriate to allow that return on rate base for that regulatory asset, as those were prudently incurred costs in plant and service, and that return on is generally an allowable cost under traditional rate making. And so I don't think it's appropriate to punish the utility effectively and not allow the opportunity to collect that return on to provide the benefits as we've discussed through AMI, to deliver this program and costs.
I understand the point. And so then let me ask you this follow-up. Is there, when you're I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So with the new meters that are being installed, did the cost for those all, and this might just be a simple answer, yes, but did the cost for those get collected through the rider?
Yes.
So there's no opportunity for PNM, unless I suppose we take Ms. Crane's position and say, let's swipe all of the meters into base rates. That would be the only world in which you have return on both the new meters and the legacy meters simultaneously.
So to clarify, I don't think that's 100% correct, because the legacy meters are included in rate base, in rates, and are receiving a return on them as they are used and useful assets included in our plant balances.
Okay. But now the new meters come along and you install them. And I'm just trying to ask the question, there should only be one meter that the company's using at any time and should count towards whatever their investments are, unless PNM disagrees with that. I mean, is that not the position of PNM?
So I think I do disagree with that, which is why I was making the point that the regulatory asset portion of it, I would still request to keep in rate base and request that return on it, because it reflects a prudently incurred cost, and that return on that cost is an allowable cost.
Okay, then just clarify it for me with the new meters, the advanced meters that will be installed. Those, I'm sorry if you answered this already, but do those get paid for through the rider?
Yes, they do.
And then in the rider is that, I mean, how does PNM get a return on a rider? That doesn't seem like, unless I just don't understand.
Sure. So within the revenue requirement calculation, as we capitalize those new meters into plant and service, they go into rate base, which then the return on rate base is applied to that value. And so they do get a return on that rate base through that.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Ms. Park, go ahead.
I just have one last question. So on page 12, when you say on line 10, recovery of the costs associated with this regulatory asset will be addressed in a future rate case. This future rate case that we just discussed, you said should be filed after all the installation of the AMI meters. Is that what you're referring to when you say that in a future rate case?
I apologize. I think my answer is yes, but before I confirm that, can you repoint me to the section of testimony you're pointing to? I could not.
Oh, sure. So
maybe I have my own personal one, and maybe the line numbers are different. So it's in my rebuttal, correct?
yes, which is labeled direct. That was a little confusing for me. So
yes, I apologize for that. That was.
So it's on page 12, and it's in the middle of the page. But the question on 7 starts with, please explain how PNM proposes to recover its remaining investment in legacy meters. Do you see
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry. You're on page 7?
No,
I'm in my rebuttal on page 12, and the only Q&A that I see on there says, please respond to the recommendation to disallow carrying charges. That's where I apologize. I want to make sure I'm on the same page as you.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. They both say direct, so I was a little confused.
Yeah, I thought that's what was going on. Yes.
So it's in my direct then.
Yeah, it is in your direct, and I crossed out the wrong heading. Well, I'm sorry.
That is my bad, and I apologize for that.
So for
Okay.
clarification, Miss Park, where are you? Are you in
Oops, he's frozen.
the direct testimony, or are you in the what should be the uniformly referred to as the rebuttal testimony?
She's in direct.
She's in direct. Okay.
Yes, and I am there. I am now with you.
Page 12, you said?
Yes, it's page 12. Miss Parker, are you frozen? I apologize. It looks like you're frozen to me.
It sounds as if she is frozen. Maybe she'll come back. No, sometimes when you really lock up like that, then you have to go out. Well, let's do this in trying to stay on top of time. I suspect Ms. Park will have to leave Zoom and then come back in, and then we'll let her finish her questions. Let's turn to the next person who was going to ask, and that would go to Mr. Gedko. You requested 40 minutes. And I will note that Ms. Park had what?
2 minutes.
2 minutes left? Okay, I'll add that at the end. Thank you.
Sir.
So,
Just
Mr. Gedko.
in Ms. Park's absence, I think she would probably advocate for a little bit more than 2 minutes, given that
Sure.
that
I'm not
other
going
individual is interjected.
I understand. It's fine. So go ahead, Mr. Gedko. 40 minutes. We may stop, Mr. Gedko, because it's noon now, but let's go for a little bit of time, and if we'll take a break maybe around 12:20 or 12:30, depending on where we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Good morning for one more minute, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning, sir.
So where I'd like to start is in Exhibit KTS-2, which is attached to your direct testimony.
Sir.
And page 1 of that exhibit. In there, that's where you show the revenue requirement for each year of the first 6 years of the proposed grid modernization program, correct?
Yes. It goes on to page 2 to get the full calculation, just to clarify.
Thank you. Yeah, fair enough. On line 41 of that exhibit, it shows that by year 6, the company proposes to invest $344 million, correct?
That is correct.
And by year 6, that investment will yield shareholders an annual return of $16.5 million, which is shown on line 151 and assumes a cost of capital of 6.34%. Is that correct?
So not entirely. That is the return on the rate base. That is not a shareholder return, as it does include a debt component of that, which is intended to pay off debt instruments, is right, which is an expense to the company.
Okay, and so that reflects the return on rate base, which is also the title there of that line. Is that a fair clarification and restatement of the first part of your answer?
Yes, it is the return on rate base.
And that return includes a return on equity of 9.575%, as shown on exhibit KTS-3 on page 20. Is that correct? Let you turn there. I've got them turned out.
Yes, the weighted, or not the weighted cost, but the capital component for equity would be 9.575%. 0.575%, which was the stipulated ROE in 16,00276 UT.
And if a higher overall return is authorized in the current rate case, 2270, then the annual return on rate base, as well as shareholders, taking into account that debt issue, would be higher than the amounts shown in the current exhibit KTS 2, correct?
As a function of a mathematical calculation, assuming all other variables the same, that is correct.
Okay. And that's because the proposal is that you use the ROE that's applied as of December 31st of the prior year in your proposal. So
that's not correct. I proposed to use the ROE, that's the return on equity in the equity component, as approved in PNM's most recently approved rate case. We propose to use the full weighted average cost of capital from our prior years, which includes updating to debt rates as well as the capital component weightings.
Okay. Does it still, with that clarification, does it still hold the mathematical calculation that if a higher overall return is authorized in the pending base rate case, then the annual return on rate base would be higher than the amount shown in exhibit KTS 2?
So, and that's where I tried to make the clarification in my previous response that if all other variables are held constant, then yes. But like I said, that also includes a debt component. And as a debt rate can change, that can fluctuate either way. As the weighting of capital changes, that can fluctuate it as well. And so as a pure mathematical basis, if you're only changing that one variable up, yes, it would increase the return.
Thank you for the explicitness. So then here's still in KTS 2 and still on, no, I'm on page 1. The company has included O&M costs as shown on lines 153 to 170, correct?
That is correct. We have requested to include O&M within the rider.
And looking at line 157, there will be meter savings starting in year 4, correct?
That is where you see the metering cost flip to a net savings. I believe there is actually savings that begin occurring even as early as year 3 within this proposal. As you can see, the metering cost does decrease from year 2 to year 3 in that line. And that is where your savings, I believe, actually really begin in earnest.
Got it. So some savings between year 2 and 3, net savings begin in year 4, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But the savings proposed by PNM will not be enough to offset the incremental operating costs in any of the first 6 years, will it?
Not in their totality, no.
Okay. And we can see that, am I correct? Oh, I'm going there now. And so if I sum up the O&M totals from line 170 during the first 6 years of the program, PNM proposes to charge ratepayers about $66.7 million if my math is correct, summing across line 170. Is that correct?
I have not summed across. I would generally say that on an O&M, since it's an annual recurring, generally I don't sum over a period, just as those reflect an ongoing cost as well. Whereas capital, once the program is fully deployed, that was the capital that was deployed for those individual projects. As the O&M will likely continue and keep going, I tend to not sum O&M.
But if we wanted to understand costs across those 6 years,
You could sum that. I do not have the number in front of me to confirm. I mean, I apologize. I don't have my calculator in here to do it either.
Okay, well, no, that's okay. I think everybody can add those numbers in due course. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So then on line 168, so that total O&M includes from line 168 over $7.9 million, again, subject to check, adding across line 168. And which I assume means administrative and general costs. Is that what A&G stands for?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you're asking the commission to approve this level of operating costs pursuant to the grid modernization statute, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. I'll try not to double up on questions, but talking about the legacy meters now. The PNM requested a regulatory asset in this case with regard to the legacy meters, but you did not propose any specific recovery mechanism. Is that correct?
No, I propose that it would be dealt with in a future rate case, intending for it to be through base rates that it would be recovered.
And Witness Crane has proposed that the regulatory asset be amortized over a 10-year period without a return, correct?
That is my understanding of her testimony.
And so we've heard this language, but Ms. Crane's proposal would be what is commonly called providing for recovery of the legacy costs, but not a return on the legacy meter costs, correct?
That is my understanding of her testimony.
And the company estimates that there will be about $47.5 million of legacy meter costs to be recovered at September 2023, correct?
Can you point me to where you're referencing that? I don't believe I actually ever estimated the regulatory asset balance.
So, and hopefully I got the right sponsor, but if you can pull up OAG exhibit number 6A.
Give me just a second to get it. Okay.
And let me rotate my view. And so the RFP to that, the chart, pages 1 and 2 of RFP 1-4 is where that number comes from. If you go all the way to the end, the estimated September 2023 net book value, FERC 370 meters, $47,525,967.
I see the number you're referring to. I do not see the written response that came with this. I believe within that written response, we clarified that that is the full value that is included in FERC account 370 for meters. and likely included amounts that would not be retired within the regulatory asset. And so that's where I don't think that's an accurate projection of what we think that regulatory asset or meter cost would be.
You have a feel for how many dollars would be subtracted from that, from that 47.5 million, given the clarification that you've just provided?
I don't know the exact number.
Rough? Do you have it sounds like you might have a sense.
I would say 8 to 10 million, but that can change as, like I said, I don't think the timing of establishing that regulatory asset is right. And so I don't want to get locked into an estimate on that as here in this year and potentially even next year before we deploy. There could be additional meters for new services and things like that that are needed that can change those amounts.
But you did provide an estimate, correct? In that discovery response?
I provided an estimate as to the total amount included in the meters FERC account.
Fair enough. Thank you. The current depreciation rate for meters is 4.72%, correct?
That is correct.
And so it would take about 21 years from now to recover the legacy meters at the present rate. Is that correct?
I mean, if it was 5%, it'd be 20, so seems reasonable.
And now, with respect to AMI meters and legacy meters, a customer, only one meter is ever used to provide service at a single moment in time. Is that correct?
I don't know.
So if I have a legacy meter, you're saying you don't know if there could be a situation where I have a new AMI meter and electricity runs through both those meters to my house at the same time?
So to clarify, you said that a single customer would only ever use one meter, and I don't know if that is true. I think once a legacy meter is replaced with an AMI meter, then I would remove it and put it into the regulatory asset as that specific meter would be retired. I do not know if premises have multiple meters or customers can have multiple meters.
Okay. Assuming, just for a hypothetical, if there were a home that only had one meter and it was a legacy meter, and then it was replaced with an AMI meter on that home that has one single meter, could you agree underneath that hypothetical that only one meter is ever used at a single point in time to provide service to that hypothetical home?
Under the specific scenario you provided, I would agree that it would be a single meter measuring the metering services at the home.
And out of the total capital costs of $344 million for the grid modernization investment, approximately $152 million is for new AMI meters, correct? You can go to KTS 3, page 4, line 16.
KTS 3. The page number again, I apologize.
Yep, page 4.
Okay.
Line 16. And so then I'll restate my question now that you're there. I apologize. Perhaps I should have gone there first. And so out of the total capital costs of $344 million for the grid modernization investment, approximately $152 million is for new AMI meters. Is that correct?
That is my understanding of what those costs reflect. To be clear, John Hawkins would have been better on if there is something other than just purely the meter. That is my understanding.
Well, I appreciate you responding. If the commission approves the AMI project, that in this case, PNM will earn a return of and on that AMI investment, correct?
That is our proposal.
And do you have an awareness that in some New Mexico utilities and in certain utility cases, shareholders have been required to absorb a portion of stranded costs?
Can you point me to specific examples?
Wondering if you have a general awareness of that. That in certain cases, New Mexico utilities, their shareholders have been required to absorb a portion of stranded costs.
I guess I'm not sure I totally agree or understand. Just differentiating of, I understand that when a cost is deemed imprudent, that may be, but on a prudently incurred cost, I don't know that I would agree that shareholders have been required to absorb.
Okay. Sorry, there's things that other people have covered. Okay, I may come back to that, but first I want to make sure I cover that. Another topic. On page 5, lines 13 to 14 of your rebuttal testimony, and this is your rebuttal testimony, that's your rebuttal testimony.
What was the page again? I'm sorry. Page 5. Okay.
Lines 13 to 14.
Yes, sir.
You state there that PNM is not opposed to rolling rider costs into base rates with each base rate case, provided that they were rolled in without further review for prudence or reasonableness, correct?
Yes, one point of clarification, that is actually lines 11 through 14. Just for the court reporter.
Appreciate that. And then on lines 15 to 17, you state that the reason for that is because the grid modernization statute states that, quote, costs that are not greater than the amount approved by the commission for a utility grid modernization project are presumed to be reasonable, end quote, correct?
That is correct.
And now because of our setting, I understand you're not an attorney, correct?
I am not. Numbers are my field.
But as director of cost of service and corporate budgets, you, as in this case, you do testify on revenue requirement issues, correct?
Absolutely.
And you're also the principal revenue requirement witness in PNM's pending base rate case. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that role in the rate case, are you aware that the utility generally bears the burden of proof in a base rate case regarding the reasonableness of any cost that it is proposing to recover from ratepayers?
That is my understanding.
And although you're not an attorney, do you have an awareness that it is quite likely that this burden is shifted or changed for costs approved by the commission under the grid modernization statute?
Objection.
What's the basis?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
I would point us now to page 5 of the rebuttal testimony at lines 17 to 18. And rather than respond to the objection, I'll say, I ask on line 17 to 18. Sorry, I went to the wrong spot. You do state there, this presumption of reasonableness should not be lost if PNM rolls GMR costs into base rates. Is that correct?
I do state that.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Now I want to return a little bit more off the cuff because of the conversation that you had with Ms. Park with respect to the legacy meters. And so Ms. Crane has provided testimony that the commission not grant a return on the legacy meters, correct?
That is my understanding of her testimony.
And he's also provided testimony that the regulatory asset should be created at a different point in time than your original proposal. Is that fair?
That is my understanding as well.
So when I was listening to you exchange with Ms. Park, I started thinking, if the commission accepted PNM's timing proposal, in which the reg asset wouldn't be rolled into base rates until 2027 or 2028, if there's a rate case at that point, but accepted Ms. Crane's recommendation that there should be no return on the legacy meters. So we've accepted PNM's timing, but Ms. Crane's suggestion with respect to no return on. Wouldn't PNM in that scenario still get a return on those legacy meters until 2027 or 2028?
Can you walk me through how you're getting to that assumption?
Well, currently, legacy meters are in rate base, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you're collecting both a return of and a return on the legacy meters in your base rates, correct?
Correct.
And so if the commission said, oh, we don't think that PNM should get a return on those legacy meters. It's obviously something that is going back and forth today.
Okay.
But the commission went along with the timing that PNM has proposed for handling that reg asset, and it's rolling into base rates around 27 or 2028. That's where I've got us to walking you through.
Mm-hmm.
Under that scenario, since the legacy meters are being collected a return of and on in base rates currently, PNM would continue to get a return on those legacy meters until 2027, 2028, even if the commission ruled that PNM should not get a return on those legacy meters. Is that correct?
Objection. Mr. Hearing Examiner, there's a pending rate case which council has discussed multiple times and asking the PNM witness to predict the outcome of that rate case.
Go ahead, Mr. Gedko.
I haven't asked for any prediction of that rate case. I've gone along with the hypothetical that the witness provided of doesn't know when the next rate case is, but maybe it'd be around 27 or 28 when a rate case could occur that would deal with this regulatory asset. And so I can just change the hypothetical. Like maybe PNM won't file another rate case till 2029, but the new AMI meters will be installed by 27, 28. And under that hypothetical, since legacy meters are currently in base rates and they wouldn't be affected until the next rate case after this rate case, wouldn't PNM receive a return on those legacy meters until that next rate case, whenever it is?
Well, I mean, I'd like to hear the answer to the question. I think I know the answer, but so Mr. Sanders, you've heard what just Mr. Gedko just said. So answer just the last portion. Wouldn't PNM receive return on up to that point?
Sure. I understand the hypothetical now, and I appreciate the walkthrough. I do want to clarify one thing before I answer, and that is, I don't believe I did state that we may file a rate case in 27 or 28. I just stated that that would be a time frame when a regulatory asset would be fully established. I do want to clarify that. Under the hypothetical that you have kind of walked through, I would first challenge the premise of it that rates are intended to collect discrete costs. Base rates are intended to provide what are just and reasonable rates for our cost of service. And so to isolate, is this a return on the regulatory meter, the legacy meters, or is this a return on a potential new investment or set something else, as well as your hypothetical assumes that I earn my exact allowed return every year, which is often not the case within a utility, rates and returns. So laying that out I do disagree with the premise of the hypothetical to that, but under what you're saying, I understand the argument of that the return on of legacy meters would be included in base rates, just as the return of would be.
Just because thank you. And there was just a little bit where you said the return of on and the return on. So the return of and on is what you stated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for walking me through that. I appreciate it. And those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss, there's a cell phone who joined us, 505-768-4541. Is that Miss Parks?
That's certainly the number I have for Ms. Park.
Okay, well, so that's her, and I think maybe she is now trying to figure out how to unmute her phone. I suspect that's what we're dealing with. Because I was going to say she could ask her last few minutes of questions, and then we could take our break. But she doesn't seem to be answering. So let's see. The next up, Mr. Bruno for 5 minutes. I'm just going to get us through Mr. Bruno, and then the Water Utility Authority, and then we will break before Mr. Gould because he has a full hour. But we have only 15 minutes, and I'm not sure if Mr. Herman will use all his time. So, Mr. Bruno, let's go to you, sir.
Hello, sorry about that. Actually, I believe that I don't have time scheduled for this witness in my latest revised request.
Okay, well, I'm happy to, if you're conceding that's the case, so be it. Mr. Herman, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. However, my questions have been asked by other parties.
Terrific. And then just out of curiosity, this takes us to the New Mexico area, but Mr. Borman, will you have a full 10 minutes?
I will not. In fact, I may not have anything depending on what I can put together before I go on.
Terrific. All right, well, let's do this then. We'll take a break because Mr. Gould is going to go. Mr. Gould, will you use the full hour?
I will. Can you hear me? I don't have my headphone on.
I can hear you.
Yes. I'm not sure. What I wanted to do was the time that I had I have not used for this witness, I wanted to roll over into my cross-examination of Mr. Setledge. but I think I might be able to get through what I need with this witness in about 40 minutes.
Okay, it's fine, but we still need the break. So that's too long of a time.
Yes.
Let's come back at 1:15. It's 12:32 now. We'll see everybody back at 1:15.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. Ms. Park contacted me because she had my information. Does anybody have quick instructions for how she can unmute? Maybe she just did.
She just
Hi,
did.
can you hear me? Can you hear
Well,
me?
we can. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, we lost internet at City Hall here in Albuquerque, so I apologize.
That's fine. It happens. It happened to us this morning. So, Ms. Park, did you want to finish any final questions? You had a few minutes left. If you'd like
No,
to
I
ask.
was listening. I was listening to the AG, and I think he followed up on what I wanted to ask. So I am okay. Thank you.
Great. And then will you continue to monitor by phone here?
Yes, I'll be on the phone until the internet comes back on.
Okay, good. All right. Well, so let's take a break. 1:15. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Mr. DeSalen, I'm hearing your voice. I think you should mute, you might want to mute your microphone. This is Mr. Bruno.
before we go on the record, Mr. Verheulen, I was just going over the bench requests, and I know we admitted 42 through Mr. Sanders, and that was the condensed tables I asked from Ms. Sanchez. And then I know that I saw the statement from Mr. Warner about total rate case expenses. That was just a one-page piece of paper, and that was yesterday. Was that admitted as P&M 41? You know?
I don't recall.
I believe it was, Judge.
That's what I think too. I think that's how we ended up with the Sanchez condensed table coming in as 42. And then I did just receive from you all Mr. Warner's explanation of the personnel in the distribution department, the grid mod department. So that should be P&M 43. So when we go back on the record, we can address that. And then, we just talked about Mr. Hawkins and can they read the AMI meters manually? That would be P&M 44.
And we're working on that, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got my ducks in a row. But when we go back on the record, I mean, what my intention was just to, I emailed the distribution employee document to Mr. Lee already. So maybe I'll just share the screen and then I can ask if everyone agrees to admission of the statement as though Mr. Warner offered that testimony when he testified. So is that acceptable?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And in fact, I was hoping at the end of the cross-examination of Mr. Sanders that we would establish a foundation and admit Exhibit 43.
Okay. Yeah, we can do it that way. That's fine.
I'm
All right,
ready.
116. Yeah, sorry, we're ready. Mr. Lee, let's go back on the record. And Mr. Gould.
Thank you very much. Let me put my headset on just so that.
I'm going to start your clock at 60 minutes, which is what you requested.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, can you hear me through this headset? Okay, thank you.
I can.
Just as a preliminary matter, what I'm going to do, I mentioned this before we went to lunch, is I'll have questions for Mr. Sanders, but I'm going to ask him a couple of rate questions at the end, which he may defer to Mr. Settlage. So I'd like to keep track of my time, and if I have any time left over after I have my most critical questions for Mr. Sanders, if that could just be rolled over into Mr. Settlage.
Sure.
I think totally I've got 80 minutes. I think I can finish in much less time.
All right. Well, I'm running the clock.
Okay, let's go. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. The main purpose of my cross-examination is going to be to provide a foundation for NMArea's exhibit number 3. Could you go and get a copy of that in front of you?
Yes, give me just a second. NMArea exhibit 3?
Yes. Okay. Would you take a quick look at that, please?
A moment.
Yes, this appears to be PNM's responses to NMArea's second set of discovery tests.
And in that set, there are 8 individual interrogatories. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, and 1 request for production.
to which you answered there were no additional documents needed to be produced.
That is correct. The exhibits provided in the interrogatories.
And as I go through this, I'll be, for reference, I'll be using the interrogatory numbers just so that we're clear about what I'm talking about. Is that a fair way to proceed? And
yes, sir.
From your affirmation, you are a sponsor for all you're one of the sponsors for all of those 8 responses to the 8 discovery requests. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And there's some there are some subparts that you're not sponsoring. So
That's correct. That's what I was trying to get to. I think I'm a sponsor with them on parts A through F.
And Mr. Settlage is the responder in subsection G as in George.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. To start this off and just at a high level, could you access the NM Area 1 exhibit, which is the rebuttal testimony of Brian Andrews?
NM Area 1, Brian Andrews. I have it.
Okay, would you turn to page 7 of that exhibit?
That starts with the table?
Yes, and the purpose of this is to provide a high-level guide to where I'm going with my other questions, so that the record is a little easier to follow than if I just dived into the middle of some of these discovery responses. If you would look at table 1, would you agree with me that this table, first of all, the numbers and the project names come from your exhibit KTS3 from your direct?
Give me just a sec to quickly verify the numbers, but I believe that's correct.
Well, that's what I wanted to do. And maybe if we could just walk through them with your reference to KTS3. But there are 8 individual projects included in the grid mod proposal, right?
That is correct. There's 8 projects. There is also an additional oversight.
Yes.
I guess it's not really a project because it has oversight over the entire program, not the individual projects. And it does not have capital associated with it, as any of that would be spread to individual projects.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification, because these are the projects that have proposed capital expenditures. Isn't that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay, so just walking through them, the first project that's listed in Mr. Andrews' table is the ADMS. What does that ADMS stand for, just for clarity?
Give me just a quick sec to get my acronym cheat sheet here.
Okay, cool.
I just don't want to misspeak.
Okay.
Slightly on some of those.
No, let's be careful here at the beginning, because these numbers I think are critical as we go through, and we just want to make sure that your responses are clear.
So ADMS stands for Advanced Distribution Management System.
And as shown there, the proposed capital spend is $22.97 million. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And the next project is advanced metering, or what parties are calling AMI. And the proposed capital spend is $170.97 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those numbers are reflected in KTS3.
I apologize. I misheard. I thought you said table KTS3. Are you talking exhibit KTS3?
I apologize. I should have said exhibit KTS3 to your direct.
That is correct. They are included within there.
And the next project is cybersecurity. And or excuse me, the next project is customer information and analytics, and the proposed spend is 0.52 million.
Yes.
And the next project is, let me get a ruler here so I don't. The next project is cybersecurity at 4.77 million.
That is correct.
And the next is data management and architecture at a proposed 6.62 capital spend.
That is correct.
And the next project is distribution planning and engineering with a proposed capital budget of 8.85 million.
That is correct.
And the next project is distribution automation with a proposed capital budget of 88.70 million.
That is correct.
And then finally, telecommunications at 40.69 million.
That is correct.
For a total of 344.09 million.
Correct.
Okay. With that as background, let's go to NM Area 3. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. I'm going to try to go through this rather quickly, and if I go and skip something that you believe is critical in your responses, please point that out to me so that we have a clear record. But since these discovery responses are extensive and the discovery itself is somewhat extensive, I'm going to try to go through it quickly. So, but please be aware I'm not trying to skip anything.
Understood.
The first interrogatory 2-1 requests, and I'll just read it into the record, for the 22.97 million of the projected capital expenditures for the Advanced Distribution Management System, ADMS project, please provide the following information. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then subparts A through F, so Adam through Frank, are asking for very specific cost items for the ADMS project. Is that a fair summary?
Some are cost items, some are categories and classifications, but it is information related to those, correct?
And if you would go down to your response to A, if you would just look at that quickly so we could make clear where I'm going. Your response to that references a P&M exhibit NM Area 2-1A. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And you prepared that exhibit, did you not?
I did.
And that exhibit in NM Area 3 is found at the end of NM Area 3, right after the certificate of service. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is at the end. I just saw the certificate of service. Just wanted to confirm. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And that's a 2-page exhibit, is it not?
It is.
Okay. So let's just go through this, because the 2.1 provides a template for the rest of the discovery, but with respect to different projects. So with that explanation, so the first item of information that we requested was for the ADMS, each separate category of costs that are included in the project. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you reference in your answer that those separate categories can be found in column C of your exhibit 2-1A. Do you see that?
That is correct. That's correct.
Okay. And then B asks for the total dollar amount of each one of those specific categories. And again, you reference the same exhibit at column K. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And we will go to the actual exhibit, but I just want to set this up as preliminary background. And then subpart C asks for the account number and description from the FERC Uniform System of Accounts for each separate category of costs identified in the prior two subparts. Do you see that?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I know you mentioned FERC accounting in some of your responses to Ms. Park. Can you briefly describe what the FERC system of accounts are or is?
It's a uniform system of accounts that provides guidance to utilities on the proper FERC accounts to record assets or expenditures to, and provides guidance on how and what costs are recorded to which accounts.
And as far as you're aware, the commission's rules, specifically Rule 510, require PNM to keep its regulatory books in a way that's consistent with the FERC system of accounts. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not 100% sure on Rule 510, but it is my understanding that our commission utilizes the FERC Uniform System of Accounts.
And when PNM does its rate case filings, those are the categories of accounts that it uses in its rate schedules. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay. And then subsection D, as in Delta, it simply requires or asks you to provide your responses to the prior three subparts in a form that is similar to Table 3 in Mr. Andrews' testimony, and you indicate in your answer that you've done that. Is that a fair statement?
Part D, correct?
Yeah, Part D as in Delta.
Yes, that is in columns D through I within the exhibit we will later go through.
And then subpart E requests a simplified description of each category of costs in this ADMS project. Do you see that?
Yes, and we provided that. That's the definition under the Uniform System of Accounts by FERC.
Okay. And then subsection F of this response is a description of how PNM is proposing to allocate the costs in its proposed rate rider in each of the FERC accounts identified above. And in your response, you say, see the same exhibit for the list of each category of costs and their respective FERC accounts. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then subpart G is sponsored by Mr. Settlage.
I will classify on that part F because I think I said I sponsored that and I only co-sponsored that. I will point out that it also refers to the class allocation part of that request.
Okay.
To refer to Stella Chan's PNM exhibit. And I believe any questions related to that would be better to Mike Settlage.
He has adopted, and per the hearing examiner's order, he's adopted Stella's direct testimony.
That is my understanding.
Okay. With that, so then just moving on to interrogatory 2.2, if you would, it asks the same level of specificity for the advanced metering project. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
And 2.3 asks the same level of information for the computer information and analytics project. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And 2.4, which is on page 7 of 14, asks for the same level of information for the cybersecurity project. Do you see that?
That is correct, yes.
And then if you go to 2.5, it asks for that same type of information for the data management and architecture project.
Yes, sir, it does.
And then 2.6, which is on 9 of 14, asks for that same level of detail for the distribution planning and engineering project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And 2-7 asks for that same level of detail for the distribution automation project. You see that?
That is correct.
And then going to 2.8, that asks for the same level of detailed information for the telecommunications project.
Correct.
Okay, with that, let's turn to your exhibit 2-1A.
Okay.
And on the first page, just in terms of the simplified definition of the various FERC accounts, I see that up in the upper left-hand corner. Is that your understanding of what that box is?
Yes, that's in column C, lines 5 through 10.
Okay, and then the specific answer for all the categories of costs and the information is for the ADMS project is found on that same page in lines 13 through 19. Lines 13 through 20. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you go across the page in the columns D all the way over to I, that's where you break out the specific categories of costs in the ADMS and you show which FERC account they're assigned to.
Correct.
And then you have totals for every single one of these special projects in column K.
Yes.
And then I notice in column L, you have a number of other P&M witnesses listed. Omni Miller, Eric Morgan, John Hawkins, Mario Cervantes. And then on the next page, you have the same folks listed. You got your specific numbers from those other P&M witnesses, right?
That is correct. They are the operational experts that would know how to estimate the cost of these type of projects and perform those duties.
And for this type of filing, you routinely depend on these experts in those areas for that kind of information. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opinion about the accuracy of the numbers that these other individual witnesses have given you?
I believe all of our numbers in the filing represent reasonable and accurate estimates based on our best estimates available to us. Absolutely.
So you would agree with me that you believe it's reasonable for you to rely on the information that you got from these other witnesses in order to put this table together?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then if we could move on, I see on line 22, advanced metering.
That's correct.
And if you go down to line 33, that shows all the subcategories of costs in the advanced metering project.
Correct.
And this is the part of this exhibit that you were referring to in your response to interrogatory 2-2.
Yes.
Okay. And then again, if you go across, you see how the FERC accounts, how the dollars are assigned to the various FERC accounts in columns D through I. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving on, the next item is customer information and analytics, starting on line 35 and going down to line 38. And this is the portion of this exhibit in which you're responding to interrogatory 2-3. Is that a fair statement?
I apologize. I got to turn back.
Let's get it right. So make sure that we're
I believe that's correct. Just
okay.
So 2-3 is.
I'm sorry, I'm going to make an objection right now. If maybe this will save time. Where is this going? It doesn't seem like, and I understand Mr. Gould is trying to lay the foundation, but this kind of seems like it's a friendly cross.
Well, okay, Mr. Gould is my concern principally is time management. So I think I see what you're doing with the witness. And I mean, I think you could, just get like a general stipulation as to how the response functions to the varying questions
Okay, if we can do that, I don't believe it's friendly cross. It's simply a very neutral exposition of the costs that PNM has asked for in this case on a total project basis. And all we asked for is to have PNM break it out with more, I guess the new word now is granularity. And that's all we're doing.
Well, and I will say this too. I mean, I've never seen any of this before. Okay, so I mean, it's very helpful to the hearing examiner who's functioning as a fact finder here to understand what all these exhibits show. But I do believe Ms. Park's point about, just time management. I mean,
Okay.
I think I understand how they're all functioning. So,
Well, let me ask a general question then in response to Ms. Park and yourself, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Could, without going through all the rest of the numbers and the line numbers, this exhibit is intended to provide all of the information in subparts A through F of interrogatories 2-1 through 2-8. Is that a fair statement?
With one qualification that I believe there's a part within F that needs to refer back to Stella Chan's original exhibits now adopted by Mike Settlage.
Okay.
With that clarification, then yes, I agree.
And with that clarification, and we will follow up with Mr. Settlage, we would ask for the admission of NM Area 3, parts A through F of interrogatories 2-1 through 2-8.
any objections?
I object. The city of Albuquerque. It seems like New Mexico area is trying to supplement PNM's direct case. And so I think that would be inappropriate to be doing that at this point.
Mr. Gould?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's the purpose of discovery, is to supplement and to add to what we don't believe PNM adequately explained. And that's the purpose of, I don't think that's a legitimate objection. This is relevant testimony. It clarifies what PNM is asking for on a more granular level, but it doesn't limit anyone from saying, hey, this is irrelevant or, but I don't think it's duplicative.
Mr. Gould, it goes towards whatever it is you would like to establish in this case, correct?
It does. It just helps us understand, I think, what's being asked for.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection. And any other objections to the admission of the document? Okay, so then let's admit, what is this again? NM Area 3?
NM Area 3, subsections A through F, so Apple through Frank, of interrogatories 2-1 through 2-8.
So I'm just going to make one more objection. I know that my expert has not had a chance to review this. We haven't had a chance to file testimony with respect to what's being filed. There's no testimony that explains how it's relevant to all of this. So the timeliness is just, it's inappropriate. So I'll object on that basis.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we received these discovery response on Friday. I think it was last Friday. There's a date on this, on the certificate, and we provided them and loaded them up to the Dropbox on Friday afternoon. So
yeah, I understand. I understand the objection. It's noted for the record.
Okay,
let's proceed.
I
Mr. Gedko, wait, Mr. Gedko wants to say something now.
I was just curious for what purpose it is. That's an interesting question to me of whether it's being offered for the purposes of friendly cross or not. Can Mr. Gould address, there was reference made by the hearing examiner to that this information was used to support the case of NM Area, but I haven't seen a response saying that would be other than just to simply supplement what PNM is trying to argue in the case. And that does feel a little bit like friendly cross to me. It raised some real curiosity what Ms. Park has just objected to.
Mr. Gould, I mean, just as far as an offer of proof, where do we end up after all of this?
I think what it does is provides all parties clarity, additional clarity, whatever their position is on the costs that PNM is asking for, and however they want to argue the allocation of those costs. This provides transparency on how PNM is proposing to do it. And I don't think it's friendly cross at all. I mean, it's basic information in the case that that wasn't provided, and we believe that it's important for the commission and the parties to have a very clear idea of what capital expenditures are being asked for.
I understand.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, it's been our position that PNM did not provide sufficient information, and New Mexico area is attempting to supplement the record now at the day of the hearing. This should have been provided in its direct testimony by PNM, or New Mexico area could have filed it in a more timely manner through testimony that explains what these exhibits are, giving the other parties an opportunity to weigh in. And that's being deprived. That opportunity is being deprived.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we filed our discovery in a timely manner well before the hearing. We got these on Friday. They've been in the Dropbox. Anybody could have looked at them over the weekend while they're preparing their cross or preparing their witnesses. There's I mean, this is just straight information, and there's no legal objection for me to supplement the record.
Well, okay, here, let me say, hold on, Mr. Gould, I understand. So let me just answer this first. I mean, first of all,
sure,
you're an intervener in this case. You represent persons with interest in this matter. You have the right to offer evidence to establish whatever it is that you would like to establish. And I'm not persuaded that simply because New Mexico area may have some sort of interest and align with PNM, that therefore, because of that, they can't present evidence.
Yeah, and if we'd gotten this back in time to put into Mr. Andrews' testimony, we might have done that, but we didn't.
The prohibition on friendly cross, I assume, if we get into this, is likely a time efficiency matter, and what we're not doing here is we're wasting time. So let's proceed, Mr. Gould. I note all these objections from Mr. Park and the Attorney General, and we're going to carry on. And Mr. Albright, what would you like to say, sir?
I will just simply say that it struck me the same way as it did the Attorney General and Ms. Park, and I'll leave it go.
Understood. Very good. Can you carry on, Mr. Gould?
Yes, I have a couple of questions that may be better for Mr. Settlage. So in the interest of time management, I'll ask you the questions and then boot them over to Mr. Settlage if you need to. I would understand, Mr. Sanders, that you're not an attorney. Is that correct?
I am not an attorney.
You answered that before in response to Mr. Gedko, but you're generally familiar with the provisions of the what are being called the grid mod statutes.
I am aware of the statute and the legislation.
Okay, and that, just for clarity of the record, that is section 62.8.13. Is that your understanding of where it's found in the statutes?
62.8.13. That is my understanding.
I'm going to read the section D as in Delta and ask you a question about it. It basically states cost for a grid modernization project that only benefits customers of an electric distribution system shall not be recovered from customers served at a level of 110,000 volts or higher from an electric transmission system in New Mexico. Do you see that?
Yes, I see those words.
What, if you can answer, what provisions has PNM made to ensure that this particular section of the statute is followed?
I don't know how costs were allocated to individual customers. That is definitely a question for Mr. Settlage.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you know enough about how the different customer classes are organized to identify those specific classes that receive service at 110,000 volts or higher?
I do not.
Okay, so that's another question for Mr. Settlage.
That is correct.
And with that, my cross-examination is finished of this witness. Thank you.
Good. Let me stop the timer. This is annoying.
If we can just go and do 28 minutes and roll it over, or 25, I don't think I'm going to need it, Mr. Hearing Examiner. And I'm going to mute myself.
Sure.
To the great joy of Mr. Gedko and Miss Parks.
Okay, Mr. Borman, you had 10 minutes requested for Mr. Sanders.
Yes, I don't think I'll use it all. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sanders.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with the term used and useful?
I am.
Okay. What does that term mean to you?
Generally, it means that a plant is in service and being used to serve customers.
Okay. That's like a regulatory principle that has been around for a long time, right?
I believe it is a regulatory principle. I know it more from an accounting standpoint, but
okay. Fair enough. Now, I think you'd agree with me that the current meters that PNM has in service, those current meters are used and useful. Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And, when PNM replaces those meters, those are what we are terming the legacy meters in this discussion today. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. When those current meters become legacy meters and are removed from service, are they still used and useful?
So when the AMI is deployed and the current meters or legacy meters are retired and no longer in service and providing service to customers, they would not be used and useful by that definition, which is why PNM would retire them from plant and service and have requested to book them to a regulatory asset.
Okay, but you do agree with me they would no longer be used and useful at that point, correct?
Yes, that's why they would be booked to the regulatory asset.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I'll just stick on that basic theme there. I mean, so one of the questions I have is the return on both sets of meters. And I asked staff a question, which is, at some point PNM decides to make an investment in plant, right? And they say, well, there's these meters and we need them. And these are the analog meters, the existing meters. And you guys at PNM made that investment. But of course you make it in a world where you understand that technology changes on an ongoing basis, and things that we can do now we couldn't do 10 years ago. I mean, this is kind of similar to the conversation we were having about Zoom this morning for those of us who showed up kind of early, right? Like nobody thought we would be in this fully immersed Zoom world, but here we are. And so I guess I asked staff the question, who bears the risk of developing technologies and who should pay for them if the paradigm shifts and demands a new response. And it seems to me one could say that PNM as a business must share in that risk. And in sharing in that risk, absorb the expense of a choice that was made to invest in a particular technology. So what do you say to that, Mr. Sanders, as an argument that would kind of cut against PNM's capability to receive a return on the legacy meters in the reg asset?
I guess I would say that the request or order for the company to absorb a cost would likely produce a stalling or chilling effect to the want to move forward with new technologies that offer benefits to customers. and are wanted to move forward. You know, if you're having to always absorb that cost, as you said, then maybe you're proposing higher depreciation rates to recover quicker before you would initiate something of this nature. And I do think it potentially adds a chilling effect to the purpose of trying to modernize and advance technology.
Okay, I have to just think about that for a while. But let me ask a slightly different question. I mean, we're now on the precipice of PNM asking for, you know, 500,000 of the new style meters, and I understand there's been testimony submitted to say that PNM's done all it can to future-proof or least regrets, or, you know, whatever term you want to supply there, effectively absorb modifications moving forward. But it just, I mean, it begs the question, like, well, you know, if you make this massive investment now, and then in a half dozen years or whatever, an even better technology comes on board, are we going to be then stuck with yet another ratepayers forwarding the return on an investment now that itself has to be replaced? And I mean, I guess where I'm going with that is, wouldn't that be kind of a strong argument for a slow approach to all of this? And I know that's a policy question that might be outside of your wheelhouse, Mr. Sanders, but I would just ask you to maybe think about that when we're thinking about, you know, what's the appropriate way we pay for the meters, where it gets put in the accounting books.
I mean, I don't know, and where in the accounting books, but maybe I kind of got lost in all the questions. But
I'm sorry, well, I don't mean to. I'm just saying, well, I could take your response, and maybe, again, this isn't necessarily a question for you. Maybe I'm just thinking aloud. You know, the problem that we're having here, and that staff's brought up about the recovery, the return on the investment for the legacy meters, you know, I could see it being duplicated for the new meters, and then, you know, that might be justification for there to be smaller investments. I don't think it's on a question. I'm just thinking out loud, and I apologize. But did you have any comment or want to respond?
I mean, the one thing I would say to that is the useful lives of assets is something that the commission does have the authority to set.
Okay.
And does that through generally a general rate case, and setting the depreciation rates of assets. Oftentimes in those rate cases, asset lives tend to be tried to extended to help often lower cost impacts to customers in that given rate case. And so from a policy base, if the concern is that technology advances so far, it may be something to look at and analyze of shorter useful lives and higher depreciation rates. I say that fully knowing and understanding that comes at a cost, right? You're recovering the same costs over a shorter period of time, but you end up with less of an undepreciated investment if technology is to advance and there'd be a benefit to replacing it.
Okay. Just a very kind of basic question now, and this will be very much easier. So I was going through your direct testimony, and I knew from Ms. Sanchez and from other witnesses that the total, and we just saw it with Mr. Gould's discussion with you, it's 344 million. And I was trying to understand how your varying tables in your direct testimony at 4, 6, and page 7 get us to the 344 number, or if that's not really what these tables represent. Do you understand what I'm asking you?
I do, and I think the PNM exhibit, I want to say 42, the bench response to bench request 1,
okay,
provides that for you. To clarify, the 344 million is the capital investment of it. That is contained in my direct testimony at PNM table KTS 2.
Okay.
In the bench request provided, I added a total column. I probably should have had that in my direct testimony. That's on me. I left off, but
It's a lot of work. I understand.
but added the total column to total to the 344. As you go to P&M table KTS 3, that reflects the O&M costs, the annual operating costs that are requested as part of the rider as well. And I'm sorry, P&M KTS 4, I think you mentioned, that's the WAC that we propose to be used. So that's not really
No, this stops. I think it stops at KTS 3. That was what I had. I was just trying to figure out how those charts get me to 344 million, the first three tables you referenced, and it didn't. I was like, I don't understand. And so maybe you're saying if I look at that other exhibit you supplied, it will.
Yes, so it is just KTS 2 that gets you there. And if you were to sum the total line across, that would get you to the 344 million.
Okay. And as to the O&M expenses, I understand there's a disagreement about whether or not that should be treated in the rider or in the rate base. Is that correct? There's disagreement there?
I would clarify of rate case. I'm sure that was just a slip, but
yeah,
not rate base.
Sorry, yes, that's what I meant. Sorry, it should be treated in the rate case. And I understood your answer. I mean, you did contribute to that discussion, right? I'm just trying to remember your testimonies.
I did in my rebuttal.
And I think one of the arguments was it's not segregable, and you responded that it is. Go ahead.
Sure. Yes. I mean, absolutely it is. Identifying unique and costs are well within our accounting system to track. We actually have, I think, a fairly well-established track record within the commission of our ability to do that, be it through our RPS rider, the Renewable Portfolio Standard. That's for Mr. Lee, apologize. RPS stands for Renewable Portfolio Standard. Through the rider in that, we discreetly track O&M that are related to those costs, segregate them, and the commission has relied on our ability to do that there. Energy efficiency could be another example of where we can easily identify, track, and record and account for costs for discrete projects and items within our accounting system.
And I'm looking at your direct testimony, the KTS-3, the table there, whatever that table is on page 7. Oh, it's table KTS-3, excuse me.
Yes.
So if I wanted to have more granular information about what these operation and maintenance expenses actually reflected, am I to understand this chart here in your testimony that I would go to look to see, for instance, with meter readers and cost savings, I would see Mr. Morgan's testimony?
That is correct.
Yeah. And I mean, are you familiar with all of the subset of information that comprises these numbers, or is your job really limited to just the numbers themselves?
I have a very, very high level general understanding of them. I would not be the right person to speak in detail about any of it.
Okay, that's fine. That's all my questions for Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no redirect for Mr. Sanders. However, I'd like to address P&M Exhibit 43, if that's okay.
Yes, and that is the
response to. It's the response to your third bench request, which I believe you made yesterday.
Yeah, and the title of the document that I'm looking at is Verified Response of Public Service Company of New Mexico to Third Oral Bench Request made on March 21, 2023. Are we talking about the same thing?
That is it, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, go for it.
If I could just ask Mr. Sanders a couple of questions about it and move for admission.
Sure.
Mr. Sanders, do you have what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 43 before you?
I do.
And this was not prepared by you or under your supervision, was it?
It was not.
Who prepared this?
It was prepared, as the self-affirmation says, P&M witness Omni Warner.
But you have knowledge as to the numbers behind what was provided here, don't you?
Yes, I have a general understanding of them. Not in detail, but
Do you believe these to be a true and accurate reflection of what they purport to represent?
I do.
Okay, with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for admission of PNM Exhibit 43.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 43 will be admitted.
I have nothing further, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Appreciate your time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I apologize. We'll have to do the 5-minute attorney
fine.
switch again. Thank you.
That's okay. No problem. So we'll go off record until 2:09. See everybody back then.
Mr. Examiner,
Yes, Mr. Herman.
while we're off the record, myself and Mr. Albright had a brief exchange, and he would be all right if I were able to jump the order and go first on Mr. Settlage if no other party objects. That would just help accommodate my schedule today.
Sure, and we'll come back and so in other words, Mr. Herman, it would go. Yes, it looks like Miss Beatles had some time, she said. She requested, and I have a note about that. And then it would go to Mr. Would you like to go before Miss Beatles even?
If possible, if Miss Beatles doesn't object, my line of questioning is going to be very brief with Mr. Settlage.
Miss Beatles, do you have any problem with that?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then Mr. Herman, we'll go to you first. And just for confirmation, you wanted 10 minutes.
Yes, I was gonna see if I could cede any of my remainder to Mr. Albright, but if you're not permitting parties to swap time, that's all right as well.
I mean, everyone gets a little bit of leeway, so do the best we can.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Judge, is my screen frozen or something? I don't see anybody.
I'm here.
I can hear you fine, and it looks like you're okay there, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, you're fine. I can hear you too. Okay. Mr. Welliger is there. Mr. Settlage is there, I see. Is everyone else here? Mr. Lee. That's enough. So Mr. Lee, let's go back on the record. All righty. P&M, you may call your next witness.
PM calls Michael Settlage.
Mr. Lee,
yeah, go ahead.
can you, Mr. Lee, swear Mr. Settlage in?
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please state your name and title for the record?
My name is Michael J. Settlage. I am a pricing principal for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Settlage. And do you have in front of you what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 22, which is the direct testimony of Stella Chan?
Yes.
And was that prepared by you or under your direction?
No, it was not.
Since you were adopting Ms. Chan's testimony, I'm assuming you have reviewed the testimony?
Yes, I have. I'm familiar with it.
And is the testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if I ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
P&M requests that P&M Exhibit 22 be admitted.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 22 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Settlage, do you have in front of you what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 22, which is your rebuttal testimony?
I believe that's number 23.
I'm sorry, 23.
Yes, I do.
Thank you for that correction. P&M Exhibit 23, was it prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
You? Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if I asked you these same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that testimony?
I do not.
Okay. P&M requests that P&M Exhibit 23 be admitted, please.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 23 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Settlage, do you have in front of you what's been marked as P&M Exhibit 24, which is your supplemental testimony?
Yes, I do.
And was it prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Is the testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any additions or corrections to this testimony?
I do not.
And if I ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
P&M requests that P&M Exhibit 24 be admitted.
Any objections? P&M Exhibit 24 is admitted.
I present Mr. Settlage for cross-examination.
Mr. Herman of Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority communicated with me briefly right before the break. For scheduling purposes, he asked that he be permitted to go first. Ms. Beatles and Mr. Albright were both available at that time. They said they didn't mind. Are there any objections to Mr. Herman going first purely for scheduling purposes?
Not for P&M.
Great. Mr. Herman, you asked for 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Settlage. How are you today?
I'm good. Good afternoon.
I am Keith Herman. We've met before. I just have a couple quick questions for you. I wanted to see if you had access to exhibits ABCWA2 and 2A that were served by my legal assistant yesterday around 11:44.
Yes, I have those in front of me now.
Could you please identify both exhibits?
These exhibits are, let me make sure I've got the right ones. You're saying the responses to ABCWA number 2 and
ABCWA1.
Oh, ABCWA1, sorry. Let me make sure I got that. And that is the rebuttal testimony of Andrew K. Harriger.
No, this is, I'm sorry, we got confused on the nomenclature. Exhibits ABCWA 2 and 2A, they are.
Okay,
the
yes, I'm with you.
responses To ABCWA, first set of discovery.
Yes, I have ABCWA2, which is your first set of interrogatories and requests for production of documents.
And would it be fair to represent that exhibit ABCWA 2A is an excerpt of that discovery response?
I'm looking now. Yes.
And going by the affirmation, which is on page 4 of 4 of ABCWA 2A, you sponsored all the responses to these interrogatories?
That's correct.
And just in general, for the hearing examiner's edification, the ABCWA asked some general information about PNM's rate riders in these questions. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, it is. Sorry. Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I asked you these questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes, they would.
With that, I would move to admit ABCWA 2A.
Any objection?
Hearing examiner, can I just ask Mr. Herman a clarification? It looks like 2A just has the preliminary information cut off. Is that right? I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at this correctly.
That's correct, Ms. Terwilliger. For sake of the record and cutting down some pages, we took out the certificate of service and PNM's general objections. That is in Exhibit 2 for total context, but unless there was an objection, we were just going to move to admit 2A. If you do object, we can go ahead and admit Exhibit.
I see. So, Mr. Herman, just so I understand, yeah, you're only going to ask for admission of 2A, and you just chopped it down for efficiency. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
And that's no objection to 2A, and that's the one we've requested to be admitted.
That's correct. No objection to 2A.
Okay, so ABCWUA Exhibit 2-A is admitted.
Thank you. With that, that concludes my cross-examination. I was going to request that the remainder of my time be ceded to Mr. Albright if there are no objections.
And you have, I'm not even sure I started a timer. I will just give Mr. Albright a reasonable amount of time to ask questions. Let's just leave it at that.
Approximately 6 minutes.
Okay. Did I have the timer going?
I see one.
Ah, yes. It goes away when you know, whatever. You don't want to hear about it. Okay, so we'll give Mr. Albright those 6 minutes. That's fine.
Thank you.
Miss Beatles, you were next. And it was 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Sedlich.
Good afternoon.
Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates. I had not initially reserved some time to cross-examine you, but Ms. Sanchez deferred some questions I had about PNM's existing time of use rates to you.
Yes.
Thank you. So how many existing time of use rates does PNM currently offer the different customer classes? And let me ask it a different way. How many customer classes currently have existing time of use rates available to them?
I think the only customer class that does not have a time of use rate available to them is the lighting classes. Every other customer class has at least one time varying rate, time of use rate.
Time varying rate. Thank you. And are any of them mandatory?
Mandatory is a little bit of a misnomer in some of these. Like, for instance, for large power service 4B, it's the only rate there is, and it is time of use. So there is no option if you're a large power service 4B, for example, to have anything other than a time of use rate. So it's a default. I don't know if you would necessarily call that mandatory, but it's all that's offered.
Thank you. That helps. That explanation helps a lot. So with respect to the time of use rate that is currently available for residential customers, that is rate B, correct? I'm sorry, rate 1B, correct?
That is correct.
And that's not mandatory, right?
That is an optional rate schedule for residential, yes.
Do you know what the current participation is?
I have a general idea, and it's very low. I think it's around 200 customers approximately.
And what kind of meter is used by PNM for those customers who participate in 1B?
You mean the brand and model or capability, or what is it you're looking for here?
Well, if you, the capabilities generally, if I want the brand and model, I'll ask you.
Okay, I would not be able to answer if you asked me that, but I do understand the capability. So these meters are what we call time of use meters. And what they do is they are programmed to know what time it is, and they measure consumption in different time periods, in this case, 2 different time periods, on and off peak. And there's also a seasonal component there, summer and non-summer. So there are what we call 4 registers in this meter. Each one records during a different time period. So any consumption that occurs during, say, the non-summer on-peak goes in one register, non-summer off-peak goes in another register, etc. For summer, just the same.
Sorry, Ms. Beatles, can I interject and just ask a question? Because we've heard this term a lot. The register, is that the thing that spins?
I'm not a meter expert, but I can tell you the way I think of that, if that's helpful. Sure. I think of the register as like an odometer on your car. If you drive forwards, it goes up. If you drive backwards, it goes down. These particular meters essentially have 4 odometers on them that either go up or down depending on what time period the usage or consumption occurs.
Thank you.
Okay, so with respect to rate 1B, I understand what you said about registers. Thank you for that explanation, because I was asking that yesterday and I was unclear myself until I started Googling it afterwards. So what kind of data, what granularity of data is available to the residential customers who participate in 1B, and when is that data available?
So these meters with registers like that are available on a monthly basis. They're read once a month, so they would get one number. If for a bill that doesn't cross a season, they'll get an on-peak number and an off-peak number. So once the meter is read, the bill is sent out shortly thereafter, and those numbers appear on the bill.
What are the, well, I'll ask it this way. With respect to rate 1B, the on-peak period, I understand, is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Is that correct?
8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday.
That's the on-peak period, right?
Correct.
And all other hours are considered off-peak, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then customers are charged slightly more for energy during on-peak hours. Is that correct?
That's correct. The energy rate in the on-peak period is greater than the than the energy rate in the off-peak period.
Okay, and how long has rate 1B been available to PNM's residential customers?
I think it's been available. I don't know this for sure. It's subject to check. Around 30 years or maybe more. It's been around for quite some time.
So, and how long has the existing rate design in terms of the on-peak hours and the charge differentials between on and off-peak hours? How long has that basic rate design been in place? for rate 1B.
Yes, go ahead.
Hearing examiner, I think I want to lodge an objection. We've certainly discussed the importance of the grid modernization projects as it relates to offering future rates and rate designs. I don't know if looking backwards at the TOU rate, I'm not sure the relevance of looking backwards at the rate and rate design of the existing TOU rate.
Ms. Beatles?
My purpose is not to probe or develop how effective PNM's current time of use rate is, but to explore what could change with the implementation of advanced metering.
Okay, well, let's focus on that then. I think that you can get an answer to the question that was objected. I'll overrule that and then move on to the focus of your subject.
So there's kind of two parts in your question. The actual rate part themselves last changed with phase 2 of the 2016 case, which I believe was January 1st, 2019. And I believe in January of 2018, it changed again. And before that, I don't know the history of that. And as far as I know, the time periods have not changed in either of those two as well, but they may have been different in the past. I have not looked at that. That's before I was employed by PNM.
In PNM's pending general rate case, it has proposed a time of day rate pilot, correct?
That's correct.
And what kind of meters will PNM be using for those customers who participate in that pilot, assuming it's approved?
Those will be called, well, they'll be interval meters, meters that can record not just those 4 odometers I talked about, but various intervals throughout the monthly consumption period. They'll also have the ability to add those up, and just like the odometers, but they have that very granular data available as well.
So assuming that PNM's AMI project, as proposed in this case, is approved, how does that enable, well, first of all, let me ask a more foundational question. Will that enable the development and design of more sophisticated time-varying prices?
Yes, it will.
And can you provide some detail, describe how it does?
Yes, like I said, the existing time of, first I want to make a distinction between terms time of use and time of day, and I'll be brief because I know you're on limited time, but time of use is what we call the legacy ones, which are, as you described, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. With time of day, let me back up. Those rates made a lot of sense with the fossil fuel generation fleet because that was when the production costs were highest, were during those daytime hours. Time of day is a completely different set of time periods that are more reflective of when production costs in a carbon-free generation fleet, when they are higher and lower. So given that background, what this will allow us to do is capture that granular interval data so that we can design a rate that has more than one on-peak period. So we've got a morning and the evening and the winter time in our proposal. And it also allows us to collect data in other hours so we can know how that is. And if we decide to analyze that, we could see if a different set of hours might have made more sense to be classified as on-peak. And it also really gives us a chance to do a lot of communication and education for our customers so that they can learn to understand how the time that they're using electricity can be altered perhaps, or they have the ability to alter when they use it and affect a lowering of their bill. So it gives us an education opportunity with the customers so we can better develop rates and train them to understand this. Educate them is a better word than train, as well as collect a lot of interval data that we can use to make better rates that are more suitable.
I appreciate that explanation and the detail with which you provided it. It answers a lot of other questions I have, so I'm done, Mr. Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Settlage, I'm just going to ask a follow-up question because it's similar to what Ms. Beatles was just talking about. there's CCAE WRA Exhibit 5. You don't need to open to it. It talks about it's a like a paper from some folks who obviously have some deep knowledge of utility works, and they're basically talking about how do you leverage AMI to the best effect, and they go on to talk about something called the advanced energy economy, and what is just sort of loosely referred to as advanced metering functionality, and this could include, and this is one of the things they say there, collection of customers' usage data in near real time, usable for settlement in relevant retail and wholesale markets for energy and ancillary services. I'm not sure that I understand what that means exactly, and I was hoping maybe you could shed some light on that for me.
I think what that is referring to is not something that PNM is proposing at this point, but it goes on in other markets in the country. Typically, these are called RTO markets, and these are very sophisticated markets that have day-ahead and real-time pricing and a fairly complex settlement. So all larger customers are subject to whatever their nodal price is for consumption or production. And so that's sort of the direction I think the industry is going. PNM is not proposing to go that direction at this time. We need a lot more data and infrastructure to do that. But I think that's what that article is probably referring to.
Okay, and so that's relevant mostly not to residential customers, that's to other industrial customers. Is that what you're saying?
I think most jurisdictions think that's more complicated and harder to communicate to residential customers. So I'm not aware. And again, this is a little bit of speculation on my point.
Sure,
I'm just trying to be helpful.
Fine. Yeah,
I'm not
I
aware
appreciate it.
Applies to residential.
Okay, thank you. We have Mr. Albright. Throughout this, you requested 12 originally. You reserved 7 from another witness, and then Mr. Herman volunteered you 6, so that comes to 25.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I estimate it'll probably be about 20 minutes or so. Good afternoon, Mr. Sedlich. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good to see you again. I'm representing the county in this proceeding. I would like to begin with, if you'll turn to page 2 of Ms. Chan's direct testimony that you adopted there. I have a question.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, with regard to the grid modernization rider, statement made that in lines 7 through 13, once the commission approves PNM's application in this proceeding, let me move so that I don't drop out from Mr. Lee. Once the commission approves PNM's application in this proceeding, PNM will file an advice notice to implement the GMR. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so that advice notice is tied to this application. That's separate than the advice notice for the advanced metering. Is that correct? At least that's how I'm reading that.
This is the advice notice for the grid modernization rider, and that's the advice. That's the rider we're seeking approval of in this case. Proposing.
And so the numbers associated with that, and correct me if I'm wrong, those are found at PNM table SC-1, correct?
It's PNM exhibit SC2. Let me see if it's in the table there as well.
I think it's on
Yes,
page 6.
yes.
Just see if that corresponds to what's on
Yes.
page 6. Okay. So that rider goes into effect, would go into effect outside of the rate case and would simply be an addition to each one of those customer class per that schedule, correct?
Yes.
So in addition,
Let me just, sorry.
Go ahead.
I want to just further clarify to make sure we're all on the same page. That would be a new rider. That would be a new line item on each bill, and the charges would vary by customer class.
Okay, that's helpful. And so in looking further down on page 2 of Ms. Chan's testimony there, where it says what costs will be included for recovery through this proposed rider, there we're speaking about the 9 separate projects as far as the revenue calculation. This is all in addition to the 344 million, or is this subsumed within the 344 million total cost.
This is the 344 million. These are the projects that PNM Witness Sanders sponsors that add up to that figure.
Okay. And that would go into effect immediately upon or within the first year, as soon as the, assuming approval by the fall of this year, that would go into effect as of when?
Well, we're hoping for approval sooner, but we don't want these to go into effect, if possible, until the fall, because consumption is typically higher in the summertime. And also our rates being seasonal are higher in the summertime. So we think it's more appropriate that these would start on September 1st.
And sorry, can I just clarify something, Mr. Albright? Is that because you don't want the customers to have rate shock? Is that the idea?
I'm sorry, was that directed towards me?
Yes, it was.
Oh, sorry. Yes, right. We think that's a better way to do that. Already, I think we have low-income customers, a lot of low-income customers perhaps in our service territory. And PNM thinks it might be a better idea to wait until it's no longer the peak consumption period and the period where the rates are higher.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Albright.
No, not a problem. I'm just trying to get some clarification in my own mind and also for my clients as well, or my client as well. And so why wouldn't this be better allocated in a rate proceeding?
Well, rate proceedings don't happen as frequently necessarily. So that's why we're proposing this now. We really, really want to get started on this right away. So we're proposing to do this right or get started on all these projects, get the ball rolling. Also, I think a rider is more appropriate for this. Riders often or typically are used to address specific legislative goals such as grid modernization. And they also typically use a projection, collect costs, and do a true up to recover precisely, no more or no less, what costs were actually incurred.
But we have a rate case currently ongoing, correct?
This procedure was filed before that rate case, if I recall. So we filed for the grid mod case before the rate case. So that is not done. I might have the times back, but I think that's the case. They were not. The rate case was filed after this, I feel sure.
No need
Yes.
to check on that. I think you are correct on that, Mr. Setledge. As far as the customer goes, his bill just, he or she, her bill's just going to go up as a result of this prior to any rate case conclusion, correct?
Yes, there are. This is a filing of a rider, and this rider has charges.
And then the AMR chart or AMI charges would be at a later point in time, depending upon the rollout, as we've heard before from various witnesses, correct? That rider.
Are you speaking about the opt-out fees?
Both the opt-out fees or the opt-in, whatever is decided upon, but also with regard to the replacement, with regard to the cost of the meters as well, correct? Or is that embedded within part of this?
The cost of the meters is part of this grid mod rider. They occur at different times, so our intention is to file this initial rider, have it effective this year, and then every September subsequent to that, make another filing. I'm sorry, have a new set go into effect. We'll make the filings in March, I believe.
And so for the meter purchases themselves, though, those would not occur until later in this process as far as being tacked onto this rider here, correct?
Witness Sanders has a table that shows the exact timings of those costs by year.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And referring to page 7 of her testimony, and I think you may have just mentioned this, there's reference at the bottom of that page that says PNM believes it is appropriate for the GMR to take effect outside of the peak summer months of June, July, and August. And again, why is that? Was that to the hearing examiner's question with regard to the rate shock or that
Yes.
they would be higher?
Those summer months have higher consumption as well as higher rates. And so our idea was to minimize rate shock. If the rates will be less the following month anyway, adding a small amount will not be as noticeable. So it'll be less of an impact to the customers than if we add that on top of the higher seasonal rates with higher consumption. I'm not sure whether I'd call it rate shock or rate stability, but either way, it tends to smooth that out.
And on page 13 of her testimony, there is discussion that they are more responsive. Well, let me not interpret it here. Beginning at line 10, why does PNM need a more modern rate design? One of the statements that was made in there by Ms. Chan said, as PNM transitions to a carbon-free portfolio, a more robust pricing structure and rate design are appropriate and are required to reflect the changing landscape. I'm not sure that I follow why the cause and effect there. Simply because we have problems now, isn't it true? We have problems with solar with regard to being generated during the daylight when we don't necessarily have peak, but we may have storage limitations, for example, on how much solar can be stored. So I'm not sure the cause and effect, if you can explain that, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Welliger.
I just wanted to object. I think when you interjected, when you asked for the causation there, you interjected I felt like it was a compound question. I wondered if you could break that apart, Mr. Albright.
Fair enough. If he can just answer first, and then I'll follow with the second question. So the sentence says PNM transitions carbon-free, a more robust pricing structure and rate design are appropriate and are required to reflect the changing landscape. It's nice in rhetoric, but I don't see the cause and effect.
Okay. Traditionally, we had fossil generation, and typically these are coal, oil, gas burning plants. And these were brought online during the day when consumption was highest and reduced at times when they were lower. And so the price followed usage, which was during the daytime primarily. As we move to carbon free, the generation source is no longer carbon emitting. It's renewable, such as solar and wind. And so solar produces the most around approximately noon and tapers off very rapidly right at sunset. Correct. And the problem is even compounded at sunset because not only is the production going away, a lot of lighting comes on. People turn on lights in their house, and there's street and area lighting as well. So it sort of compounds the issue. We're losing the generation from the renewable solar, as well as having an increase in load simultaneously. And so because of that, we want to encourage people to use more when the solar production is abundant, renewable production is abundant, and try to give them price signals that will help them try to shift generation away from the time when solar is diminishing and a lot of other load is coming on. So we're looking more at a net load, a load net of renewable resources, whereas before the load and the net load were essentially the same. We did not have much renewable, but as we move to all renewables, that's a very important metric.
And I understand where the timing may be important and that you'll have more granular data from the advanced meters. But do we really expect to change people's behavior from working during the daytime and going home at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whenever it is and turning on their appliances and turning on stove? I just don't, just because the technology may allow us to track it better, what empirical data do we have that the people's behavior is actually going to change?
I think you're hitting upon the reason we're asking for this pilot, or one of them, is we want to quantify that, and the pilot will give us the data to do that. But aside from that, looking at other jurisdictions that are farther along, California and Hawaii are very good examples. They have seen that there is this ability for customers to shift given good communications and given price signals. They're not only willing, they're able to make some shifts.
And I won't provide testimony about the problems that have been experienced in some of those jurisdictions, but I'm not certain that just because technology allows us to do something, we should necessarily pursue
Objection.
Which
He said Mr. Albright said he wasn't.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But it does go to a question that the hearing examiner asked before, and that I asked a couple of other witnesses that deferred to you. For the advanced meter technology, for example, we've seen improvements in the advanced meter technology, which is referenced in the testimony. What is to prevent the technology that's being proposed from being outdated within 2 or 3 or 4 years, which is common within the meter technology environment?
Objection. This is Mr. Settlage is our rate witness. Mr. Hawkins was the technology for the meter witness.
And he referred me to ask these questions of Mr. Settlage.
Yeah, no, I
sorry.
understand. Yeah, so Mr. Welliger, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
I do not believe that's the question that Mr. Hawkins referred Mr. Settlage for.
I'll allow Mr. Settlage to answer the question. He's obviously, when designing rates, would have to have some knowledge about meters and the long-term viability of any meter to a rate design, which ostensibly should exist for some period of time because consumers have to understand it. So, Mr. Settlage, you can answer Mr. Albright's question to the extent you can.
I can give a very generalized answer. I mean, time of use rates, time of day rates, advanced meters have been used in other jurisdictions for a number of years, and they continue to function. Just because a new model of a meter comes out doesn't mean the old one quits working. I drive a car that's not the current model. New models have come out, my car still works fine.
I'd like you to turn to the rebuttal testimony. And at page 7.
I'm there.
And I'm looking at the quote or the explanation with regard to Ms. Crane's recommendation that should be applied to the broadest possible customer base, whether you agree or not. And so in applying it, including the GMR, how do we protect low-income customers?
I think, well, can you tell me exactly where I'm talking about low income on that page? I don't think I'm.
No, I'm referring more to with regard to the advanced meters, where we have indicated that the advanced meters are going to be distributed into low income areas based upon some criteria, and yet they will get charged the same rate for the meter payment as everyone else. And I'm just asking you as to whether or not that's appropriate or not appropriate.
I think to answer that, I want to define what we mean when we're talking about these advanced meters. What we're talking about is more than just a meter. There's an infrastructure that goes with it, and that is the infrastructure is part of what allows us to do things. Yes, the meter has what we need to do the bill, but it can do other functions besides that. Things that might be particularly interesting and have proven to be in other jurisdictions, to my understanding, is things like prepay is one example, where customers are no longer subject to disconnect and reconnect charges and can simply pay for their electricity as they go. And those are often attractive to low-income customers. All the benefits of AMI are still available to low-income customers, such as faster fault detection and restoration and other things that PNM witness Hawkins has talked about.
With regard to the GMR, why doesn't it make sense to do it on a volumetric basis?
Okay, so now we're on a little bit different subject here.
Different.
Yes, so PNM is proposing to do a customer-based basis because it benefits all customers who are connected to the grid. The biggest downside in my mind of a volumetric is if you have a customer who has rooftop solar behind the meter generation, they could potentially avoid the charge altogether. And one of the benefits of grid modernization is to allow additional amounts of distributed generation resources. So that would be an example of the very customers who are getting a major benefit would not have to pay for it. And it's not just they don't pay, the costs are still there. Those costs are still incurred. It's just they would be transferred to other customers. So in other words, that would be a negative impact on low income. That other customers who are able to afford to put in these things, whereas low income may or may not, would have to pick up some of those costs that the customers who should have, but have avoided the charge, would have paid using a per bill charge. I'm sorry, that was a little confusing. Did that make sense?
It did. Yeah, no, I follow your rationale there. I'm not sure I totally agree, but I understand the rationale. I'd like you to take a look at the supplemental testimony that you have and at page 3, please.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, and midway down, you talk about the comparison with the EPE and the SPS, excluded transmission service level customer classes. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The next sentence says PNM proposed that every customer class should be subject to the GMR. So are you including those customers who have separate transmission?
Yes, we think they should be subject to the GMR. However, the amount of that charge is calculated based on the benefits they get. And we have ensured through the use of our allocators that no distribution level costs are passed on to customers 110 kV or higher. But they still get benefits.
And why was that? How was that threshold determined?
I'm not an expert on the statute, but I believe that 110 kV is in the statute, making that delineation that they should be not required to pay for distribution costs.
Okay, and I was just not aware of that. I'll check the statute. So, and turning to page 12, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page here. And again, we're still in the supplemental testimony. And you make reference to the time of day pilot that PNM proposes in case number 2000270 UT. Were you referring to the rate case there? Should that be 2200270 UT?
That should be 22270 UT. You're correct.
All right. And I wasn't sure, trying to find it, I think it may be on page 13, but periodically reference is made to the next rate case. And I believe there's a reference somewhere on page 13, and certainly elsewhere. When you say the next rate case, you aren't referring to the 22270 UT case, correct? You're referring to the one after that?
I think you'd have to show me the exact reference so I can be sure of that.
Yeah. I had it marked and I'm not finding it right now. No, I don't. Oh, well. No, I won't waste time doing that. Mr. Settlage, I think that's all the questions I have for you. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your thoroughness in the answers. Thank you.
And Mr. Albright, you have 3 minutes left. So if you find that page you want to talk, because I saw the reference myself. It's a question I constantly was wondering about too, so it's helpful to me. So
I'll see if I can find it. I know I had it marked and I just may have passed over. So let me take a look, and if I can, I'll come back. All right.
Before Mr. Settlage leaves as a witness, we'll deal with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah. Ms. Park, you would like 30 minutes with Mr. Settlage.
Good afternoon, Mr. Settlage. I apologize, my internet is still out, so I will have to conduct cross-examination telephonically.
Okay.
So I represent the city of Albuquerque. I'd like to start with a question I asked Mr. Sanders. He asked that I ask you. I'll just take you directly to where this is stated. If you could go to Stella Chan's direct testimony, and it's an exhibit SC2. And
Yes, I'm there.
SC2.
Okay.
Okay, if you could go to the second page, and under annual review and reconciliation filings. So the last sentence in that paragraph, it says, between annual review and reconciliation filings, PNM shall record any overcollection or undercollection of costs in a regulatory asset or regulatory liability subject to a symmetrical 4% carrying charge for over or under collections. Do you see that?
I see that.
So my question is, will the recording of the over and under be done on a monthly basis or on an annual basis?
I'm not sure I can answer. I don't know whether it will be recorded on a monthly or annual basis. I know the true up is an annual basis, but I'm not an accountant. I don't know how the recording is done.
Okay. It says PNM shall record though, and this is in your exhibit that you are sponsoring, correct?
Correct.
So how do you suggest I get this answer? Mr. Sanders said that I should ask you.
I don't recall exactly what you asked. I was not aware that you specifically asked if it would be recorded monthly or not. I don't know the answer to that. The bottom line is I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Sanders would be better able to answer than I would.
Okay. And again, you know, this attachment is attached to Stella-Trans Direct, and it says PNM shall record.
Yes, and I fully support that we will record that for the annual true up. Absolutely.
And you don't know how it's going to be done? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not an accountant. I don't know exactly how they will record these into the accounts. I could guess, but I don't know.
Do you know if it's going to be based on actual revenue requirement or based on forecasted revenue requirement? You know
Okay.
that?
So I think in my mind, there's two separate things we're talking about now. The way the rider rate will be developed is we will forecast what the expenses will be. Kyle will provide that information. We will then develop the rate elements based on that. Then when we do this reconciliation, we'll look at what was actually spent, what was actually recovered, and that's the over under that we're talking about that we'll do on an annual basis.
Okay. So let me ask you a different question. Go to the first page. Can you tell us where the formula is for the determination of these rates?
For the determination of the rates, such as, for instance, for residential customer class, it says $1.16.
That's correct.
That determination is in exhibit, let me turn to it very quickly. It's SC4.
Okay, let me get to that. And where is the formula?
Okay, what this, I'll tell you where that number that we just talked about for residential, the $1.16, it appears in line 1, column F. Do you see that 116 there?
Yes.
And the formula is written above it that's column D divided by column B.
Okay. Are you asking the commission to approve these formulas?
I think these formulas are sort of part and parcel to rate design and rate making. We're asking for a customer charge, and what a customer charge means is you take the class allocation of dollars and divide by the number of customers in the class. So that is sort of the definition of a customer charge calculation. So I would say that's inherent in the rate design for a customer charge.
Can I turn your attention to Elichan Direct, page 3.
I'm there.
So if you go to line 18, it says for the customer class allocation, PNM will use the most recent class allocators as filed in case number 16-00276, which were based on an approved allocation methodology from case number 15-00261-UT. You see that?
I see that.
Okay, so we're trying to understand what is the allocation methodology that was approved that in 15-00261 that PNM is using for this case?
That is contained in that case. I'm trying to find a reference document I have here that might help a little bit. So there is an organization which you may be familiar with called National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, of Utility Commission.
Yes.
NARUC, yes. And so they have a manual which describes these rate-making processes. They describe the different ways that we go about doing this. And PNM follows those those recommended methods to do this. What we're talking about specifically here is in the 2000, I'll just call it the 15 case, if that's all right. It's 15-00261. In the 15 case, that was a fully litigated case. And everybody went through and approved that, yes, these were the appropriate way, this was the appropriate allocation method to allocate the cost, the revenue requirements to the individual customer classes. In the 16 case, there was not a fully litigated case. There was just basically a stipulation which was based on a percentage from the 15 case. And so we're using those same ones. We have not had any litigation, any approved methodology that have varied from that. So we're proposing to use the same way that was last approved by the commission.
Can you walk us through the methodology that was approved in the 15-261 case?
I can do that, but maybe it would be more helpful if I walked you through how we got the numbers that resulted that $1.16. Is that really what you're after, or do you want me to discuss the NARUC manual allocation and functionalization?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, I'm trying to understand if you want specifics of what we did in this case or the general process of how we do this.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is what the allocation methodology was that was approved in 15-261. And now are you saying that you follow the NARUC manual? Is that what you're saying?
The NARUC gives guidance as to how this methodology should be done, and that's the way we did the methodology. What was approved were the specific allocators, such as for production. We have an allocator that we call an allocation methodology that we call 4 summer, 1 winter. So that looks at peaks that occur in 4 months of the year to allocate production costs. Now, there are no production costs in this case, so that allocator doesn't approve, but I think that's an easier one to think about. I can describe the ones we've used for which costs in this case, if that's helpful to you.
Let me ask you about that allocator you just mentioned. You said 3 summer, 1 winter generation production allocator?
Yes. Yes.
That was approved in case number 15-00261, correct?
There may be a little bit of a legal distinction here that I don't know for sure. What was approved was the class cost of services using that allocator. I don't know if those were explicitly called out that this allocator is approved, but the results of that allocator were approved and fully litigated in that case.
Okay, fair enough. There was a methodology that was a 351 WCP that was approved, though, wasn't it?
That was used in that case, yes.
Okay, and so that was an approved methodology. Would you agree with that?
That was an approved allocation methodology for generation production, yes.
Right, and so I guess there were allocation methodologies that were specifically approved in the 15 case, correct? And we
Yes,
just
the results
identified
were
that
for
one.
sure. I would, subject to check, I would have to find out what exactly was approved in the final order, but I know that the class cost of service revenues were approved.
A hearing examiner, I guess if Ms. Park is going to keep going down this line of questions, I don't believe Mr. Settlage has put the 2015 2015 rate case recommended decision or the final order in his back, if he has that available to him. Maybe Ms. Park could refer him to the order. He's working off of memory here, and I just don't want the record to get a little clouded.
Sure.
Well,
I have
so
a
we did, yeah.
Ms. Park, wait just a minute, please. Right. So my question, Ms. Park, is where are you going with all of this?
I was hoping that Mr. Settlage could identify the allocation methodology that was approved, that is stated in Ms. Chan's testimony.
And is this because you're saying in the 1500261 there are multiple methodologies that were approved and we need to know specifically which one he's utilizing? Are you saying something along those lines?
Well, we asked interrogatories, and there was a methodology, but the one I just identified that was approved, but we didn't get any other methodologies apparently that were approved in this case. So I was just trying to get better understanding.
So let's just ask him that question. And I think you're saying, Mr. Settlage, it's the one approved in the case, and Ms. Park saying, no, that's not specific enough. As she offered as an example one, and then you agreed that is one.
Well,
I'll give you the opportunity. Go ahead, Ms. Park.
Sure. Let me. So Mr. Settlage said he can explain how he arrived at the rate for residential customer class. So let me just let him explain that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I can do a walkthrough of that calculation to explain how that was done, and I think that will help a lot. So I would like to start with P&M witness Sanders exhibit KTS-2.
Give us a second to get there altogether.
Yes.
P&M KTS. Do you remember which exhibit which is Kyle Sanders Direct?
Yes, sorry. Kyle Sanders Direct.
What number is that?
19.
P&M 19.
And what page is that on, Mr. Settlage?
It's on page 2 of PNM Exhibit KTS-2 in Kyle Sanders' direct testimony.
Page 6, right?
It's the exhibit labeled page 2, sorry.
So sorry, are we at P&M Exhibit KTS-2?
Yes.
And then page 2 of 2?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
At the very bottom in column R, you'll see the total revenue requirement for year 1 is $9.79 million. Down there at the very bottom of that second page.
I see. So that's row 277, column R. Okay.
Correct. Okay, so remember that 9.794 number.
Okay.
Now I would like to go to P&M witness Stella Chan's exhibit SC3. And I apologize, these are very small and hard to see on the screen.
Okay, and which page?
We'll go through several pages. I want to show you these allocators because I think this is getting at what was used in the case. So page 1 of 8 are the functional allocators. And you'll see things like dist C meter and et cetera, various lists there and a bunch of percentages. And the important thing to look at here is to see that in things like production, they're all zeros. So there are no production costs in this. In things like transmission, like there's production demand, production energy fuel, production energy non-fuel. Every one of those is 0%, that allocator.
Okay.
Then you'll see transmission demand, and it's all zeros. But then once you start getting into distribution subs, distribution demand subs, distribution demand primary, distribution demand secondary, distribution customer services, et cetera, there are some that are non-zero in those. So this shows which categories which functional categories actually have some costs assigned to them.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move on. Please ask questions if this is not clear, because this is, if you're not accustomed to this, it can be a little confusing, I think.
No, I've seen this. Thank you. I'm just trying to follow your explanation.
Yes, I'm marching through. It's on page 2 of 8. Now we have what we call class allocators. And this is where we take those functionalized type of things, like generation, transmission, distribution, and customer service, and assign them to the various rate classes.
Okay. And I also see this, there's a column of class allocators.
Correct. That is the allocator, which is, I think, what you were calling the methodology from the 15 or 16 case. Those are the allocators that assign the cost to the different rate schedules, customer classes.
And did I just hear you correctly that these are from the 2015 case?
The allocator, what do I say? To be clear, the names of these allocators and the way they are calculated are from that case. The numeric values are calculated with the values we have here. So in other words,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So in other words, I'm trying to pick one that's fairly clear to talk about, like the very top one up there, weighted meter, WTD_METE, that means weighted meter. So that is an allocator based on a meter cost times the number of meters for each of these customer classes. And I just picked that one as an example because it's fairly clear to understand how much a meter costs and how many meters you have. You'd come up with a total dollars for each customer class and then divide by the total of all of those. And that gives you their particular allocator. And so just bear with me. We're almost at the good part. We're almost at the dollars. Next page will be in the dollars.
Okay.
Now, if we go to page 3 of 8, this is the year 1 revenue requirement. So down along the top under the words class allocator slightly to the right, you'll see P&M retail. And if you go all the way to the bottom there, you'll see our $9.794 million figure that comes from Mr. Sanders' exhibit. So there is the year 1 total revenue requirement. What this exhibit does is show you how it's broken out among residential class, small power class, etc., all the way across. So you can see at the bottom in the column labeled Schedule 1 residential, we're at 6.513 million. I know there's a lot of numbers, but I apologize. This is the way this is calculated. So 6.513. So now if we go to P&M exhibit SC4, page 1 of 6, you'll see in column D, which is row 1 for residential, there's the 6.513 million. So that's where that figure comes from. And so if we take...
Sorry, could you repeat that? I just got here, so could you repeat that?
Yes. Line 1, column D, 6.513 million.
Yes.
So that's where that number, that 6.513 million number comes from. And then finally, the rate is to take that number divided by the number of customers, which is in column B, and that gives you the $1.16 in column F. And the same process is used for all these different customer classes.
And are you saying that formula right above, right in that GMR monthly charge column, that's the formula that you use to derive 1.16?
Correct.
And
yes.
Is that the formula that was, would you say, now let me back up. Would you agree that a formula is another word for methodology?
No, the methodology is how we arrived at the 6.513 for residential. That's the methodology. And then once we have the method,
yes, go ahead.
Once we have that amount, the methodology gives us the class allocation. This rate design just simply says it's a customer charge, which says divide the dollars by the number of customers to get a per customer charge.
Okay. So what you just described there is the methodology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that methodology that you just walked us through is what was approved in Commission Case 2015.
Objection. I think Ms. Park is misstating the witness's testimony.
Okay,
I'm asking a question.
I understand it's a question, Ms. Park. Wait. So Mr. Settlage, respond with an answer that addresses the objection that was just noted.
Yes. The methodology is how we arrive at the figures in column D, customer class revenue requirement. That is the approved methodology. That's the result of applying that approved methodology.
Okay. Thank you.
But Mr. Settlage, I just want to clarify. I mean, what I understand, Ms. Park is asking where Ms. Terwilliger interjected and said she's misrepresenting. I mean, the NARUC sort of the allocation or the functionalization, allocation, and then I should be able to say all three and know them off the top of my head. But that is a standard process. And all you're saying is effectively in the 2015 rate case, the allocators that were determined that appeared in that blue column that we looked at all together, that is a sort of unique thing that would be decided in a rate case that you would then plug into that broader process, which resulted in the numbers that we have here. Is that a fair assessment of what you said?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand too.
Are you waiting for me here in
Yes,
examiner, Ryan?
I am, yes.
I'm done with my cross, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, stop the clock.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes, Mr. Albright.
I think I found reference that's relevant to the question about the rate case.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Albright. I'm sure this won't take very long, right?
It will not. No, so Mr. Settlage, if we look at Ms. Chan's testimony, bottom of page 3, going on to the top of page 4.
Yes.
Okay, it states in part, PNM will update the allocations to reflect any new commission-approved methodology and allocators from a subsequent general rate case. So that's the first instance. So when you say subsequent general rate case, is that subsequent to 22-00270-UT, or is that from the pending rate case?
It's what that is trying to say, stated another way, is we will use the currently approved methodology, whatever that is, and the currently approved methodology is from the last approved rate case.
Okay, so it would not be any methodology that might get approved in the 22-00270-UT case.
I'm assuming that won't be approved by this September, so I think you're correct. However, the following year, it may well have been approved, and so we would use those.
All right, and then if you would look at page 9 of your supplemental testimony,
Okay.
this was in part response to a bench request number 26 on the previous page, but just after footnote 2, and it's at line 3, the allocation of grid modernization costs is a rate design issue. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's part of the response here in your supplemental testimony, correct?
Correct.
So why wouldn't the grid modernization cost be a rate design issue as opposed to a rate rider?
Okay, I think by rate design, what we mean here is that whole allocation and methodology that arrives at whatever the rate is. In this case, it's dollars per bill. In a rate case or a rate rider, there is still a rate design to recover these costs. So rate design simply means how you arrive at whatever type and amount the charge is that will be assessed of customers. And those can be done for riders, rate cases, potentially almost anything could have a rate design, I suppose, but riders and rate cases.
So you're not disagreeing. So you would agree that it is something that could be done in a rate proceeding.
When you say it, what do you mean by it? I'm a little
Grid
un-
modernization in this case could be done in a rate proceeding if the determination is made as to what the GMR should be, and done under the statute as part of a rate rider, correct? Or I'm sorry, as part of a rate case as opposed to a rate rider, correct?
I think I understand what you're getting at. I'll try to restate that, and you can correct me if I'm not right. But this case, PNM is proposing GMR, a grid modernization rider. So that specifically means this is a rider rate, and this is the methodology we propose to do that. If this were in a rate case, there would not be a separate line item for grid modernization, probably, depending on how the rate design is. It would just be rolled in with other appropriate costs to come up with the base rate that would do that.
So Albright,
I'm
I've
not
got to
saying
move
I-
on, sir. I gave you the one more question to come back, but I can't. We have to move forward. I'm sorry.
Understand. Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Settlage.
Yeah, Mr. Gedko, you've asked for 25 minutes, and we'll go. I'll take a break after Mr. Gedko's cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Settlage.
Good afternoon.
I think we're going to cover some of the same ground, but maybe in a little bit different ways, so it could be really helpful for folks. So I just want to go back where we've been before, which is to page 3 of Stella Chan's direct testimony.
Yes.
You have now sponsored, correct?
Correct.
And so there, Ms. Chan states, and this is down again, we already been here, line 18, that PNM, I'm going to paraphrase a bit, that PNM allocated costs among the classes in accordance with the most recent allocations filed in case number 16-00276-UT, correct?
Technically, it's the allocators, but yes.
In accordance with the most recent allocators. Thank you. I mistyped that. Case number 16-00276-UT was eventually settled. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And do you know how the final class cost allocation in that case compared to the class allocations that were originally filed in the case?
I'm not aware of how. That was before I was here. I know that what was finalized, and that's all I've paid a whole lot of attention to.
There's been some language used. I heard it spoken of the approved methodology in 16-00276. If it was settled and we don't know how the final class cost allocators compared to what was proposed, are we really speaking about a currently approved methodology when we refer to the allocators that were submitted by PNM in that case?
I'm not sure if you're asking for a legal opinion, but I can tell you from a pricing perspective what that means to me. And that means we had certain allocators that we used in the 15 case, and it arrived at rates, revenue requirements. And for the 16 case, whatever we proposed didn't matter. They said, take the results from the 15 case and increase it by X percentage. So that's what we did. So therefore, it was based on the methodology of the 15 case, just with a pro rata increase. That's my understanding.
But what got submitted in the 16 case, you don't know if that's what actually got approved in the stipulation, do you?
I know the rates that were approved in the stipulation, and I know how they were calculated. They were calculated based on the methodology from 15 with a pro rata increase.
Is it possible that the stipulation adopted a methodology that was not the methodology that was submitted by PNM in the application in the 16 case?
I don't know.
Then if we don't know, then can you be certain that the allocation methodology that was adopted was actually the allocation methodology that was submitted in the application?
Objection. Mr. Getko is asking questions on Mr. Setlage's memory. If he'd like to share the Sorry, go ahead, hearing examiner.
No, I'll sustain the objection because he already answered the question. He says he doesn't know.
Yeah. I would have responded to the objection by saying that I was simply referencing the answers that were just given as to what knowledge was there and whether that coincided with a statement as to what was adopted. I wasn't asking for specifics as to the 16 case, but I think we've hoed this ground enough and I'll move on. Are you familiar with the term banding as it is used in setting rates, Mr. Settlage?
Yes, I am.
What does it mean to you?
So the way we have used banding is we take the fully allocated customer class revenue requirements, whatever they may be, and then for various policy or other reasons, we shift class costs from one class to another. It could be for gradualism, to avoid rate shock, whatever, but we move away from cost of service based class costs to this banded, which necessarily creates subsidization between various rate classes.
And do you know if banding was used in the 16-276 settlement?
Well, going back to my answer before, because it was used in 15, just like the allocators, because that's how we arrived in 15 at those the customer class revenue requirements after banding, and we ratioed those up based on some percentage. That's how we got the 16 case. So if you started with something that had banding and applied a uniform percentage, you have still got the banding effect in that. Just like the effect of the allocators is there.
And so what's being referred to there, if I understood you correctly, is whatever results came from banding in the 15 case were applied in the application of PNM in the 16 case. But we aren't talking about the final settlement. Is that fair?
No, I don't believe so. That's not fair. They were applied in the final settlement.
The exact same banding?
Again, because my understanding of the way that settlement was is it took the 15 case, which included the banding, customer class revenue, and increased those by a percentage. That was the settlement, was don't use any new allocators, don't do anything different. Take the 15 results and increase them based on a percentage.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I'm going to move on. I'm lost because I thought you didn't know about the final result of the settlement in the 16 case. I'm sorry.
I know the results.
That's why I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I know the results because they resulted in the rates that are still currently in effect.
Yeah, the straight results.
And I know how they arrived at the results by taking the 15 case with its methodology for allocation and banding and doing a pro rata increase. And I thought I had said that before, but perhaps I was not very clear.
Then I'll just ask one last question on it. And do you know whether what was applied for by PNM in that 16 case was exactly what was adopted in the stipulation?
I'm speculating, but I feel sure it was not, or else there would not have been a stipulation.
Okay, thank you. Changing a little bit, in your experience, has the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission typically approved class allocations associated with specific assets, such as meters? Or has the commission instead typically approved the overall class allocations?
It's my understanding they approve the overall class allocations, because often there is discussion about the results of that through the banding process.
And then if we assume, and this, let's go, we've been there to exhibit SC4.
Yes, I am there.
And we were at page 1, but let's go over to page 6 of 6. And so if we assume that the commission, assuming that the commission approves PNM's entire proposed grid modernization program of $344 million, as well as its proposed class allocations, residential ratepayers will be paying $69.46, close to $70 a year for the program by year 6. Is that correct?
That is the annual charge that we have estimated based on what we expect those costs to be, yes.
Okay. The NARUC manual that you mentioned earlier, do you know in what year that was written?
I don't know off the top of my head. I do know it's been around for a while, several years, many years.
If we pulled up PNM Exhibit 35, could I ask you that question again?
Can you help direct me to PNM Exhibit 35?
I'm sure Mr. Welliger can. If not, I can do a share screen. Mr. Welliger?
I'm not in the room with Mr. Settlage, so.
Can you tell me what that is? What is PNM Exhibit 35? I'm sorry.
Let me just, here. I practiced choosing the right screen.
Okay, I see.
It worked. And it did not work.
I see the date, January 1992.
Okay. And do you think that predates grid modernization?
Yes.
Sorry, I want to get out of share screen now. And there we go. Thank you. Okay, we're almost done.
Well, wait, I want to make sure I answered your question correctly. Do I think that predates grid modernization? I'm answering, do I think that predates PNM's grid modernization application that we're talking about here? Yes, I do.
Okay. Totally changing topics now. And now we're in your rebuttal testimony. And so more familiar ground. And there's a discussion of on page 9 of opt-out fees.
Yes.
So we've covered this, but it's correct that PNM's position is that the opt-out charge should be based exclusively on the metering cost to serve a customer that opts out. Is that fair?
Well, remember, there are different types of opt-out fees. There's a one-time cost, and then there's an ongoing cost.
I should have isolated to the ongoing cost, the monthly repetitive cost.
Yes, our calculation is based on using our actual cost to do that and coming up with the charge that reflects the actual costs incurred on an ongoing basis.
And then on page 10, if we turn over there,
I'm sorry, Mr. Gecko, are you in his rebuttal testimony or Ms. Chan's direct? I don't know.
I'm in the rebuttal, Mr. Welliger.
Thank you.
And now we're on page 10, and we're right at about line 15. And the question is whether you state there that the customer charge of $10.67 that is being proposed by Heidi Pitts in the pending rate case represents, and here I quote, slightly more than half of the all customer related costs. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
So would you agree that factors other than cost might be used to develop rates?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again? I didn't hear part of it.
Would you agree that factors other than cost might be, or I'll say this, would you agree that factors other than cost are frequently used to develop rates?
I would say in a rate case, yes. In a rider, typically not so much. A rider is typically designed with a specific legislative goal in mind, and it's designed to recover a specific set of costs. There's often a true up to make sure that exactly those costs, no more or no less, are recovered.
And the grid mod statute allowed for either collection through a rider or through rate base, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you for walking through that stuff with me. That's all for today.
You're welcome.
Let's take our break. It's 3:38. We're gonna catch up on time, so why don't we just take a full 15 minutes and give Mr. Lee a break? So let's come back at whatever 15 minutes from now is. I don't want to try the math. I'll screw it up. I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Mr. Examiner, I'm going to have Dal Harris pop in while I have to leave this afternoon. If you could just, upon returning, check for him to admit him to the Zoom.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeSalen, are you there? You unmuted, but I don't hear you. I just wanted to ask Mr. DeSalen a question before we go back on the record. Make sure we should be able to get to Mr. Kenny today. On the schedule, I have Kenny and Fitzgerald. And if we get through them by the end of this day, and there was only 15 minutes of cross requested for each. If we get through them, then we're on schedule.
And hearing examiner, when we go back on the record, I want to tell you, we've decided to waive cross on a few folks, and just to give you a heads up, I wanted to kind of let you know.
Okay. And then also is Mr. Lesky.
Yes, sir.
Will is it a Miss Fitzgerald?
It's Mr. Fitzgerald.
Mr.
right?
Fitzgerald, sorry. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Will he be available today?
Yes, and he said he's available in the morning if you want to do that too.
And Mr. DeSalen, is Mr. Kenny available today? Can't hear you, sir. You sometimes, what sometimes you have to do, sir, Mr. DeSalen, is go into the little mic icon on your Zoom home screen. So on the bottom left, and you'll see like a little caret, and then click on that, and then go to select a microphone. Sometimes Zoom just will change the microphone on you sometimes.
Or you can press the space bar.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No problem.
I was worried there for a minute.
No, the computers do this. They just switch up the mic. It's pretty annoying. It happens kind of often. So, but will Mr. Kenny be available today, sir?
Yes, he will.
Good. Okay. So let's go back on the record. Mr. Lee, ready to go?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Welliger just mentioned to me that PNM would waive cross on some folks. So go ahead, Mr. Welliger.
Yes, we're going to waive cross on Mr. Fitzgerald. That's relevant for today. And then we're going to waive cross on the Walmart witnesses, Mr. Andrew Teague and Mr. Steve Chris.
Okay. All right, so let's finish up with Mr. Settlage. So we have Mr. Gould. Is he present? He's present, but I don't see. Oh, there he is. Now he's coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Mr. Gould, you requested 45.
Yes, and I think I will only use a portion of that. So we'll try to do this very quickly. Good afternoon, Mr. Settlage. As you know, I represent the New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, which is an organization of large customers on your system.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I wanted to, were you able to follow the cross-examination of Mr. Sanders that I did with respect to NM Area Exhibit number 3, which is PNM's responses to our second set of interrogatories?
Yes, I was.
Okay, would you turn to that exhibit?
Yes, I've got that.
I'm sorry, which exhibit is it?
It is NM Area 3. And just to keep the record clear, the hearing examiner allowed into evidence the responses to 2.1 through 2.8, subparts A through F, and F only partially. Is that your understanding of how where we stand right now, Mr. Settlage?
Yes.
Okay. So what I wanted to do is first of all, on those responses, you are one of the sponsors of all of these responses to interrogatories. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Sanders left the allocation portion of subpart F to you to explain. So I'm going to restate subpart F. If you would read the answer and provide the explanation of that response, if you would.
Yes.
Okay, the F requires a description of how PNM is proposing to allocate the costs in its proposed rate rider in each of the FERC, the FERC accounts identified in subparts A, B, and C above. Would you read your answer and explain it?
Yes. See PNM Exhibit NM Area 2-1A for a list of each category of costs and their respective FERC account numbers that make up the projected capital expenditures. Class allocators used for these capital expenditures can be seen in PNM Exhibit SC-3. Class allocator summary, page 2 of 8. Because the breakout for both total estimated grid mod revenue requirement and project revenue requirements are the same, the allocator used for the total estimated grid mod revenue requirement would be the same for the project revenue requirements.
And just to be clear, in prior response to questions, cross-examination questions from Ms. Park of the City of Albuquerque, you went through in quite a bit of detail those Stella Chan exhibits, and you explained those allocators. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the subpart G, as in George, states, asks you to provide the allocation method used for each identified separate category of costs in the grid mod in PNM's last two general rate cases. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And would you read your response to that?
Please see PNM Exhibit NM Area 2-1G for a comparison of capital expenditures or gross plant breakout between the three filings. Relative to the grid mod filing, PNM's last two general rate cases consist of more cost types and use a variety of cost allocators. When assigning class allocators in any filing, PNM attempts to narrow each rate schedule's responsibility for the costs and chooses the most appropriate class allocator.
And with that, would you turn to the exhibit that you just mentioned, which is Exhibit 2-1G? And
I've got that.
And that is after the certificate of service. And that is a one-page exhibit, is it not?
That's correct.
And you prepared this exhibit, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Would you just very quickly walk through what this exhibit is intended to show?
This exhibit is intended to show all the different class allocators and which costs were allocated using that allocator for the, I'm going to call it the 15 case, that's 15-00261-UT, and the 16 case, as well as showing what we proposed in this grid mod rider case, the allocators and which costs are allocated using that allocator.
And the grid mod allocators are the heading is above the grid mod allocation, and there are many fewer allocators because there's fewer types of costs. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
There are definitely fewer types of costs, and there are fewer types of cost.
And then up in the right-hand corner, you have the sort of the abbreviation for the class the class allocator. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you have a short description of each one. So this will help whoever's trying to figure out what this chart means and what those allocators actually mean. They can go to that little box at the top of the right-hand side of the page. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that's sort of the key to what these very cryptic allocators are.
Okay. And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to ask for the admission into evidence of the remainder of NM Area Exhibit 3.
Any objections?
I just want to be clear, did the response itself, Mr. Gould, the actual written response get omitted in the prior cross-examination with Mr. Sanders?
No, it was my understanding that it did not.
Meaning the
Subpart
carved
G.
out. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I mean, we at this juncture, so Mr. Welger, go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that the description of what 21G is also admitted, and it's not just the exhibit 21G.
That is why I had him read that into the record.
Okay,
and
fair.
I want the entire discovery response admitted, and that would include, the preface material. So we haven't tried to cut it up at all. This is exactly what we received from PNM.
Okay. Assuming what we're doing the response and the exhibit 21G, I do not object.
Okay. A few more questions, Mr. Settlage. Would you turn to PNM exhibit SC4, Stella Chan 4?
Wait, sorry, Mr. Gould. I don't think I ever admitted your exhibit.
Oh, excuse me. I'm
okay.
Jumping ahead. So
That's all right.
We would ask for that admission of that entire exhibit with the clarification that we just had with the colloquy with PNM's attorney.
This is NM Area Exhibit 3, yes?
Yes.
Okay, we will admit that document.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then now moving on, this is just for my understanding, Stella Chan Exhibit 4, page 1 of 6, is your estimated first year charges to customers. Is that all the classes of customers?
That's correct.
Okay. And the customer class numbers that are in the third column B,
Yes.
Let me just ask you, by using the word customer, you mean each individual metered account, do you not?
Yeah, you could think of that as being a meter in general, in a broad level. Yes, those are customers or meters.
Okay. There are a few, and I think one of the prior witnesses, I think Mr. Hawkins, said that there are a few very discrete customers that have 2 meters, but that is a real small number compared to the total. Would that be a fair?
Yes, I think actually perhaps maybe accounts would be better because one person may have more than one dwelling, for instance, and each of those is counted separately.
Okay. So, and this is an annual number.
Correct.
So the way that you would get the total number of meters per, like, say, for instance, the residential class would be to divide the 5,650,569 by 12.
Yes, correct.
So I come up with 467,965 meters.
Yes.
And the same would occur all the way across. In other words, if the 5B class, the large service of 8 megawatts or more, has the number 24, that means there are 2 meters in that class, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is a question that Mr. Sanders punted to you, and it has to do with something that you discussed with Ms. Park, which is your company's compliance with the grid mod limitation on charges to certain classes of customers. So I want to read that portion of the grid mod statute and then have you explain in just a little more detail how you're going to comply with that statute. I understand you're not an attorney, but I want your answer from your rate perspective, your rate design and your rate allocation perspective. Is that a fair way to premise the question?
Yes.
Okay. So 62.8-13D as in Delta reads, cost for a grid modernization project that only benefits customers of an electric distribution system shall not be recovered from customers served at a level of
at
a level of 110,000 volts or higher from an electric transmission system in New Mexico. Do you see that? Did I read that correctly? I'm not hearing an answer. Are we offline? Did you hear my question, Mr. Settlage?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Sorry.
And could you, so did I read that section of the statute correctly?
I don't have that statute in front of me, but it matches my recollection.
Okay. And you had said earlier that the way that you designed these customer charges was intended to, the way you allocated the cost for the customer charges was intended to respect this 110 kV prohibition, if I could call it that. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Could you just walk me through briefly how you remove the cost? Well, maybe I could ask you it this way. Let's just go back to Stella Chan 4.
Okay, I'm there.
You have 15 classes of customers listed.
Yes.
Which of those take service at greater than 110 kV?
That would be, let me see, I've got this because I expected this question. That would be 5B, 15B, and 35B. Those are the ones that are transmission level customers.
What about 36B?
And 36B, yes.
Okay. How did you remove the distribution portion of the grid mod costs from these customers' rates?
I think that's best illustrated by PNM Exhibit SC3, page 2 of 8.
Let me get there. And you're right. I mean, I got a magnifier, but I can still barely read this stuff. Okay.
So this exhibit lists the class allocators for all these different categories of revenue requirements.
Okay.
And so let's just, sorry, go ahead.
No. So basically, somebody that's smarter than me can go through this and determine whether or not you properly pulled those costs out by looking at these allocators.
I can help you with that a little bit if you would like.
I would like that. Yes. Go ahead.
For instance, let's look across to rate schedule 15, which is one of the transmission level customers.
Okay.
And if you look down the column, you'll see that there's some very small, like there's some distribution plant meter that's 0.1%, but it's predominantly all zeros in this entire column. And in fact, you see there's an area that's in a box and they start with distribution demand subs on the left.
Yes.
All of those are these distribution type costs. And you'll see that those for rate schedule 15 are all almost exactly zero other than the meters, which I believe, if I'm reading this right, is line 28. But they're all very, very small. The only thing that gets anything is meters. And so those aren't distribution costs.
Okay. So if one of these transmission classes does get assigned a smart meter through the grid mod program, they get charged for that.
They would if they get one, yes.
Okay. Then I want to kind of my last series of questions, and this is following up on some of the questions that you were asked by the Assistant Attorney General. If you had mentioned banding in one of your responses to him, and you said that the purpose of banding is to move away from strict application of cost causation issues because of policy matters. Do you remember that testimony?
I think what I meant to say was that banding results in moving away. We don't do it to move away. We do it for other reasons, which results in it moving away from a strictly cost-based allocation.
And you're familiar with the current filing, the 22-270, which is your current rate case?
I am somewhat familiar with that. Yes, I was not part of that filing.
Okay, but would you be able to say yes or no whether PNM is proposing a banding in that case?
Yes, PNM is proposing a banding in that case.
And as you mentioned to the Attorney General, it's your understanding that current rates incorporate banding that was approved in the 2015 rate case.
That's correct.
Okay, so my question is maybe an obvious one, but how would you present? How would you well, let me put it this way. I'm kind of struggling with how to state it. If the grid mod costs were rolled into a rate case filing and banding were applied, wouldn't some of those distribution costs that are supposedly prohibited under the section of the statute, wouldn't they be put into some of these transmission customers' rates as a result of the banding?
I would say unless we did some sort of modification to prevent that, yes, they would. In general, they would, unless we tried to do some sort of measure to prevent that. And I'm not sure what we would do to prevent that transfer.
And you don't have a proposal in this case to deal with that potential issue, do you?
We do not.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Settlage.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mr. Borman, I believe you did not have any questions for Mr. Settlage. You didn't request any time?
We did not request any time for Mr. Settlage.
Okay. Mr. Settlage, how are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm okay. Earlier in this proceeding, I don't know if you're listening to it or not, but you know, one of the things that Commissioner Ellison spoke about, I believe, during this time of discussion and examination of witness Warner, was a sense that PNM did not have sufficient goals in mind in this, and concrete goals. I know that's what he said. I was listening. And my question is for you, as far as rate design is concerned, as you were preparing this plan and you were thinking about how to, you know, begin to think about rates that are going to actually move customer behavior. I mean, obviously time of use is a significant one, but I mean, were there other thoughts PNM was having to make it concrete that this plan would in fact induce customers to change?
Yes, I think we had several concrete goals. One of the things was education of the customers, right? Just putting a new rate is not going to necessarily get any change. So what we intend to do is education for the customers and then measure their response to come up with a better plan or evolve a plan as we need to. So it is, I would say it's very concrete that we want to get customers enrolled, get real data, real interval data, see how they've responded, and use that to inform any changes that may be necessary. And of course, communication goes along with that. Without communication and education, no one will adjust their rates, I think. Well, maybe not, but the biggest effect is to help people understand that, number one, their usage can impact their bill. Number two, when they use can impact their bill.
So, are you familiar with sort of performance-based regulation as a general concept?
Yes, as a general concept.
Yeah. Would the commission be reaching a reasonable conclusion in your view to think that it's in the commission's interest to align PNM with metrics that reveal that it has in fact changed consumer behavior? In other words, you know, you work in a world where rates get designed and you're trying to shift behavior based on price signals, and how do you influence behavior by doing that? Well, the commission is in many ways thinking of that same question, but as regards the utility. And my question to you is, I mean, if you would acknowledge as the rate design person for PNM that, you know, what you do has impact on the customers and can change them, why shouldn't the commission take the same view to PNM? And perhaps should the commission consider tethering approvals to demonstration of actual customer behavior?
I think PNM would welcome a joint, collaborative effort with the commission and other stakeholders to come up with what these metrics would be. But we've got to preface that on having a baseline measurement. We can't come up with a goal of where we want to be if we don't know where we're starting from. And so that's really why it's so important to us to get baseline data, the AMI system in there. And there might be metrics for how fast that's deployed and things. But I don't think it's appropriate to say, hey, we want customers to shift this much if we don't know how they're using electricity currently. So having that base, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go. You were talking. Go ahead.
So having that baseline is the starting point for that collaborative discussion.
But I guess, the reservations that were expressed were related to, well, we're going to, what are we going to achieve by having all this? And I understand your point about we'll have data, but I mean, I've read in many of the articles, well, not many of them, but the articles that was submitted as CCAE WRA5 talked about, time of use rates. You don't necessarily need full interval data to establish them. Is that true? I mean, what's your position on that?
That's very true. Our existing rates that we have and have had for a long time, our legacy rates, most of those are time of use rates. In fact, every customer class except for residential, small power, and irrigation and the lights have an option for time of use. I mean, those have an option, but they also have a non-time of use. All the others are only a time of use rate.
And I understood the article that the CCAE submitted to say that, the reason why you don't necessarily need the interval data or AMI to set them is because there's sort of known quantities that we can work with at a very minimum level, like when the rate period will be, and that it's all prospective. So you can create perhaps some time of use rates, but they may not be as detailed as interval meters might allow you. Is that basically true?
We have time of use rates in place now without interval meters, but what we don't have is any way to measure if somebody is changing their behavior or not, or if those rates are appropriate to give customers opportunities to save money by shifts in usage patterns. What we have now is, I think I talked about them before, is odometers. So anything that's programmed in that meter to be collected in that one bucket is all added together, and we don't know whether that was what part of the period it was in or anything. So we have very little data. Having the granular data allows us to see when they're actually using it in each interval. And that's why we want the time of day with interval meters, not just time of use meters. I'm trying to make a distinction there between a meter that can just implement the current bill and a meter that can collect a lot of data so we can analyze behavior and even sort of do a backcast. If we had done a different rate design, what would the effect have been? And that's what the interval data gives us.
So is that one of the questions that's been discussed throughout this proceeding has been, without a time of use rate, what good are the meters? Is one answer to that, well, the meters themselves are useful. Am I just responding to what you just said to me, that the meters are useful despite the non-existence of the type of, you're proposing a pilot time of use rate in the rate case, correct?
A pilot time of day rate in the rate case, correct.
And sorry, so we're talking, when I say time of use and time of day, you drew a distinction a moment ago. Can you just are you saying that the time of day is, in your mind, a more granular variable rate? Is that the distinction you're trying to draw?
In some ways, they mean the same thing. The distinction we're trying to draw is the time of use rates were designed around an all day on peak. From 8 to 5 was on peak. And that's time of use rates if I misspoke. The time of day rates are designed around renewable resources and when their production costs are high or low. So just to make a distinction, because we already have and have had for years time of use rates. And what we're proposing is a time of day rate, which is almost the opposite in many respects, price-wise, of what they were. And along with that, we're proposing these advanced metering, which again is more than just a meter that can execute the bill. I mean, sure, it can get everything we need to bill the customer. There's a lot of other data that we can get to inform rate design.
Yeah, well, probably the better way to talk about this is just to use the word interval data, frankly.
Yes.
So, I mean, you're saying that my question to you, what I was trying to get to is, perhaps the rejoinder to the AMI being useless without the interval data is no, the interval data is going to be helpful to us regardless of whether or not there is a time of use or time of day rate, and because we have data and we can design from that. I mean, that seems like a reasonable argument, right?
Yes, there's also the timing issue. I mean, suppose today we proposed a time of use, a time of day rate that was exactly perfect. Somehow we just got it exactly right. We can't implement that until we have AMI deployment. So it really doesn't do any good to have a rate without the meter either.
As you're thinking about setting new rates and how, and I don't really know how this works with, you can tell me, do you really need everybody to understand what would be an effective rate design? Do you need every single customer?
Strictly for rate design, we just need a big enough sample. But for many, many other reasons that Witness Hawkins talked about and others, we want to do a uniform deployment so we can have other advantages of this technology in addition to just the rate design. And again, we can't necessarily implement the rate design for other customers unless we have the meters that are capable of measuring the intervals.
But I think I just want to make clear what you just told me. As a rate designer yourself, so long as you have a significant statistical sampling of customers, you could develop effective rates based on interval data, absent an entire rollout.
That's correct. But once I develop those rates, we couldn't implement them because we don't have customers with the meters to do that necessarily.
Does it make sense for the commission to sort of, if you're doing a pilot, and again, I don't want to, we try to be very careful. I think what we call it is the pilot time of day rate in the rate case, to therefore also, kind of stick to a pilot AMI rollout. I mean, are there reasons to see those two things as like they should be operating in parallel?
I think they're two very distinct projects. I mean, part of the grid modernization is fundamental enabling technologies, which is what we're calling the advanced metering, which includes metering, communications, and other things. And that's very important to get moving with. That deployment is going to take approximately 3.5 years from the time we start putting meters in the field till we're done. So that's a long time. The purpose of the pilot is even before that's done, we want to understand how new rates should be. So when the meter deployment is completed, we can go ahead and implement these new rates and not have to wait even longer. We really see time is of the essence here. We want to get moving on this so we can get this data out there to customers so they can make decisions on how to save money. And that includes the meters, communications, education. It's all one package.
If you could look at your supplemental testimony, you supplied some tables at page 15 and 16 in response to some of my questions.
Yes.
And I just was hoping you could tell me, I mean, it's a lot of data on here. Can you just explain when you prepared this for me, what is it that you think this table illustrates in your perspective?
It was in response to your question about using Dr. Blank's proposed allocators. And so what this table shows, it's called allocation based on 2016 revenue. That's basically Dr. Blank's proposal using his methodology, his allocation methodology. And then next to that, allocation based on GMR is using our more fine-grained allocation, looking at just these specific costs and which allocators are appropriate for the costs at hand. And then the next two columns show the percent changes. For instance, residential would be allocated $1.8 million less using the revenue allocator Dr. Blank proposed than it is using what we think of as a much more accurate, more cost-based allocation. And it gets worse. The next table shows how that would be in year 3. I just picked 2 of them to see that as we spend more money in meters in particular, those allocations really change. So that 1.8 million is incurred, right? Those dollars are still there. Just other rate classes have to pick those up. So you can see some of these increases on other classes are very huge, very big.
I see. So for instance, the large service 5B, the jump is from, what is that? goes up a lot.
Yes, almost 2,000%.
Okay.
And that was
Good.
just to illustrate that,
Yeah,
you know,
no, okay.
yes, sorry.
No, please, you speak.
That was just to illustrate that the difference between the methodologies, and you know, any allocation methodology creates winners and losers. If you look at the bottom where it says total, the dollars are the same. So we're not talking about a difference in spend or revenue requirement. We're talking a difference in who pays that. And we think using the principles outlined by NARUC to do these allocations are a more appropriate way to do that than using a blended allocation based on revenue from the previous rate case.
Just so I'm clear about this, when I asked you a question about this I believe you answered it in the supplemental. When we have the next rate case, 22-270, and some new allocators are accepted, and if that occurs through the course of that case, they would in fact be imposed in this context on a moving forward basis whenever the timing of that works out. Is that basically correct?
That's basically correct. However, I will note that what we've proposed in this case in the 22-00270 UT case are the same as the previous cases as well, the previous two cases.
Okay, so you're just you're saying then that there's really no change offered by PNM in the application anyway, but we could come to a different place at the end of that case, I suppose. That's a possibility, right?
That's a possibility.
And you did say here that PNM will implement those new allocators after that case is completed.
Our intention is to always use the most current approved allocators.
And so in all the questions with Mr. Albright, I just wanted to chime in and say, hey, but you're going to utilize the new allocators once they're set. Even if this first one there's a timing conflict, which is, it's not going to happen because of the nature of the two cases. So so you will impose the new allocators once that case is resolved.
Yes.
And I just want to go back just one more second to the idea of I mean, it's not saying anything radical to say that incentive systems have impact both on customers and on corporations, right? Like that's a basic economics principle. Not wrong about that, right?
I agree.
So if the commission thinks it's preferable to really, as has happened elsewhere in the country, to put the utility in the position, sort of in the customer's shoes, in really wanting to align their interests. Well, customer, if you make changes in your energy consumption, PNM wins. I mean, that's a sensible thing to do, is it not?
I agree with that concept. Yes. Again, we think there should be a stakeholder process because we want to make sure everybody's interests are represented, and we need to have a baseline starting point. I think of it as if I went to my neighbor and said, you have a goal for your child to grow by 4'2" by this time. Well, if they started at one thing, that's different that they're already that high, right? You have to know where you're starting from. A metric without a basis is not a very good metric in my view.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sethledge. No further questions from me. Ms. Terwilliger, do you have any redirect?
Yeah, I have a few questions if I may.
Please.
Just to start where we kind of left off, Mr. Sutledge, you were talking with the hearing examiner about implementation of time of use rates without AMI meters. And when we're talking about more complicated time varying rates, like the time of day pilot proposed in the rate case, why are the meters or the information that the customers will receive from the meters important when you're talking about a more complicated rate structure?
I think one of the important things for that communication and education is immediate feedback on what they're doing. If I got a report that said, 28 days ago, my usage was high at this time, that doesn't really give me much I can go on. I don't know what I was doing then. If I get it the next day, I have a much better ability to understand how my behavior is influencing my usage and my bill.
Mr. Getko, you had a discussion with him about the NARUC cost allocation manual that was adopted in 1992. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is that cost allocation manual still used frequently in rate design?
Yes, I would say that's still the industry standard, if you would. I understand there may be a newer NARUC manual out, but it focuses more on green energy resources, renewable resources, and not on cost allocation. So we were referencing that in the context of allocation.
And just so the record's clear, you had a conversation with Mr. Getko about how rates were, that you understood how we arrived at the rates after the 2016 rate case. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Can you explain how we arrived at the rates that were approved as a result of the 2016 rate case stipulation?
Yes, basically it looked at the approved 2015 case and did a pro rata increase on each customer class to calculate new rates.
Okay. And well, and I think you already answered one of my other questions in your discussion with the hearing examiner. So that's all my redirect, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, I see Mr. Kenny is waiting in the waiting room. Mr. Setledge, thank you very much for joining us today and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
And
Take care.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, unfortunately, I know this is a little bit I am not the PNM attorney crossing Mr. Kenny, so we just need a quick switch from the room, if that's okay.
That's fine. I think we can take a 5-minute break and then we'll all be ready to go. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lee, we're just waiting. There we go. We all set, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. DeSalen, you may call your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. The Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and Western Resource Advocates call Mr. Michael Kenny.
And Mr. Lee, if you could swear Mr. Kenny in.
Mr. Kenny, if you'd raise your right hand.
Oh, wait, is he in the, wait, hold on, we have to admit him, sorry. And we have Shannon, who's a guest. That's another witness. That is still the IBEW witness, okay.
Correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I just want to make sure
Yes.
we didn't have any delays bringing him on.
That's fine. I will, I'll leave him in the waiting room. You can just, I'll admit him when it's time. There's Mr. Kenny. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Mr. Lee, if you could swear our witness in.
Mr. Kenny, if you'd raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kenny. Could you state your name, please, for the record,
My name is Michael Kenny.
and your business address?
My business address is 2334 North Broadway, Suite A. It's in Boulder, Colorado.
And where are you employed?
I am employed by the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
Today I'm testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and Western Resources Advocates.
Okay, and have you prepared written testimony for this proceeding?
I have.
And I'd like to direct your attention to CCAE WRA Exhibit 1. Do you have that with you?
I do.
And is that a copy of your written testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And that's dated January 27, 2023?
Yes.
And did you prepare it?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes.
Are there any changes that you would make to your testimony?
No.
And do you adopt that testimony as your direct testimony in this proceeding today?
I do.
And are CCAE WRA Exhibits 2 through 9 attached to your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I'd now like to direct your attention to CCAE WRA Exhibit 10. Do you have that handy?
Yes, I do.
And is that a copy of your written supplemental testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you prepare it?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate?
Yes.
Are there any changes that you would make to it at this time?
No.
And do you adopt that testimony as your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
And is CCAE WRA Exhibit 11 attached to that testimony?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would like to move for the admission of CCAE WRA Exhibits 1 through 11.
Okay, and just for clarification, his direct testimony has itself attachments to it, correct?
Correct.
And so when I look at this, I see CCAE WRA Exhibit 1 is his testimony, and then 2 through 9 are all attachments to the direct testimony?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I think generally the protocol is, for instance, those would all be, I think that's generally the way we do it, but that's fine. I mean, I think you're really just moving for the admission of Exhibit 1, and then attached to those are all of the 9 exhibits until we get to the supplemental, and then Exhibit 10 has one additional exhibit, which is 10.1 more or less, right? That's how this works.
Okay, I apologize, Mr.
No, that's
Hearing
okay.
Examiner. I'm just, I'm used to different procedures from the PRC. I'm still getting used to things here.
It's totally fine. I think everyone understood what's going on, and I did too. I just want to take a minute to just clarify that that's what's going on. Are there any objections to the admission of the direct testimony and all attached exhibits and the supplemental testimony of Mr. Kenny and the one exhibit attached there? Very good. Those will all be admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yep. And I will pass the witness to PNM, who has requested 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Kenny. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. My name is John Verheul. I'm an attorney with PNM here in Albuquerque, and I have a few questions. I think primarily I'm going to be referring to your direct testimony. I may refer to your resume or statement of professional experience, which is your Exhibit 2 at some point, but primarily direct testimony. You have that with you, right?
I do.
So on page 7, lines 12 through 14, I want to read this to you, and you can confirm that this is your direct testimony. PNM can and should do more, including taking environmental justice considerations within all its programs, like energy efficiency and demand response. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to move to page 8 of your direct testimony, and I'm going to read it to you and ask you to confirm that I'm reading it correctly. Quote, the EJ tool as proposed by PNM could inform the development and implementation of energy efficiency and demand response programs. PNM can identify which communities stand to benefit most from implementation of different energy efficiency investments. Furthermore, PNM can tailor the program offering to meet the identified needs. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. One more point that I want to read to you and have you confirm that I've got it correctly. This is from page 9, lines 3 to 6. PNM is due to file its next triennial energy efficiency plan in April 2023. That 3-year plan period can serve as a testbed for pilot programs and greater stakeholder engagement. I intend to recommend in that proceeding for the rollout of pilot programs that leverage the EJ tool and AMI data. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a stakeholder workshop scheduled for PNM's next energy efficiency filing for April 6th of this year?
I believe so.
Do you intend to participate in that workshop?
I do.
Okay. Can you provide an example of an energy efficiency program? I'm sorry, let me start with a different question. Are you familiar with PNM's current suite of energy efficiency programs?
At a high level, yes.
Can you provide an example of an energy efficiency program that would be developed based upon information obtained via PNM's EJ process, by which I mean our environmental justice process?
So an example could include identifying communities that are both low income. They could be simultaneously living near a point source of pollution. And through those identified, say, overlapping communities, PNM could offer a tailored program for weatherization or increased incentives for typical measures that you would offer, whether that's heating and cooling, or smart thermostats. There's an array of measures you could offer, but to have a sort of added incentive to those communities.
Are you aware that PNM already offers weatherization programs, heating and cooling programs, and thermostat programs as part of its existing suite of energy efficiency programs?
Yes.
So is it fair then to characterize your intention as to how PNM should be using this environmental justice screening process? Is it fair to characterize that as targeting certain existing programs in a more effective way?
That is, excuse me, that is one pathway to better use resources through existing programs.
Would you embellish on that characterization in some way?
If PNM identifies specific communities with the EJ tool, and they feel that those communities would benefit from a particular program that they already offer, then PNM can go and focus efforts there, if I understood your question correctly.
Okay. I understand from looking at your statement of qualifications that you have worked, at least for the last 5 years, to a large extent in the area of energy efficiency. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And certainly here you're representing at least one client that is primarily active in the state of New Mexico, right?
Yes.
And you have appeared as a witness or participated in some way in New Mexico public regulation proceeding hearings in the past, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider yourself familiar with the environmental justice laws in the state of New Mexico?
I'd say I am familiar with them.
Okay.
To the extent that they intersect with the energy efficiency work that I do.
Okay, that's fair. Could you give me an example of a New Mexico statute or regulation that you believe primarily incorporates or is focused on environmental justice?
I mean, within the Efficient Use of Energy Act, the stipulation to spend no less than 5% of PNM's energy efficiency budget on low-income customers, I believe, is one example.
Okay. I'm looking for the clock. All right. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenny, thank you. There are no other requests for cross-examination from the other parties here, so it's just to me. I have a few questions for you. If you could go to your direct testimony at page 7.
Okay.
And at lines 4 to 9, the question was, in its application, did PNM discuss how the proposed grid mod components support new and existing energy efficiency and demand response programs? And then you answer, yes, to a degree. However, PNM failed to provide detail about the types of energy efficiency or demand response programs customers can expect. So we've had lots more testimony since you submitted this, and we've had this hearing, and we've been talking to each other for a very long time, this group of people. So are you clearer about this now?
Clear. Could you explain this in your question?
Well, you say that PNM failed to provide detail about the types of energy efficiency or demand response programs. So were you listening to the hearing, and did you have the opportunity to listen to all the responses of the persons who appeared?
Yes.
So it's really just an open question for you to answer. Has everything you've heard and read since having written your direct testimony given you additional clarity, or are you still unsure?
Well, from what I've heard in the hearing today and reading the supplemental and rebuttal testimonies that have been filed since this, I think PNM has recognized and agreed to a robust stakeholder process building on what they already offer, because the plan does not specify programs that they intend to offer, or that they could offer. So in that degree, yes, I've learned a bit more in discussions with the various witnesses and listening in the past few days. But the actual details, I think, are still to be determined as to the types of energy efficiency and demand response programs that PNM could develop, or improving their own current offerings.
And you do not perceive that as a fatal flaw to PNM's plan, because I mean, you conclude in your testimony that it should be approved.
Yes, I see this application as laying the groundwork, as providing all of the tools from which we can collectively develop robust and effective efficiency and demand response programs.
So would the commission, if the commission were to deny the request, just outright deny it, say, no, not good enough, come back, would you see that as problematic?
Yes, as I believe was said yesterday in hearing, maybe Monday, we are one of the only states that has yet to implement this type of advanced metering infrastructure, and across the United States. We are pretty far behind in understanding how our distribution system operates. So I would see a further delaying of implementation as a significant barrier.
Would it be desirable to have a more, what we could call a pilot program? You know, in the rate case, PNM's proposed a pilot rate. We heard Mr. Setlich say that he can work with a certain statistical sampling of ratepayers to determine like how to refine time of use rates or time of day rates, whatever term we want to utilize there, rates based on interval data. Would you see that as a more cost-effective path forward for the commission?
Can you clarify what would be included in that pilot?
Just less than 500,000 meters. I don't know what it would look like, to be honest with you, but I mean, the proposal that's on the table is we want to do everything at once, or at least have this 6-year implementation plan. And if that's giving folks indigestion, or whatever the term you want to utilize there, is a pilot program going to be a problem, like a more phased in approach than the present phased in approach, if that's clear?
Yes, thank you. I would say that the technologies that PNM has proposed in this application are not cutting edge, and I believe cutting edge technologies are where pilots are appropriate. We've, many states and many utilities in those states have implemented smart meters, various distribution automation, voltage regulation equipment. So this is not new. I believe PNM has, what they're proposing is, all at once, is to kind of catch up. And I don't necessarily see that a pilot we'd learn more than what we can already learn from reviewing what other states have done across the Southwest.
When you reviewed the application and you were, and I started with this, and you were uncertain about the details of all the plans, did the absence of details give you any trepidation in light of the fact that, as you've just pointed out, this is not new territory in many ways?
Are you referring to the lack of demand response or energy efficiency?
Well, I mean, even so, for instance, there's been a fight in this case about quantification and how much can be quantified. And I think there was some testimony that indicated, that more can be quantified than perhaps is suggested in the application. And we'll go back to the record and see what that says. But I'm pretty confident that's a correct, my correct recollection of the testimony that has already occurred. I mean, I guess what I'm asking you is if we're not going into new territory, should we have expected the plan to have clearer parameters as to what was going to be achieved with X amount of investment?
I think even with perhaps better data on costs, which the cost component of this application, I don't believe is lacking. I believe you're referring to probably most of the benefits that are not quantified, and I think those are still, they necessarily will not be apples to apples across jurisdictions, but we've seen that benefits will occur. And so could you estimate customer benefits, say from rate design or like time of day rates or other types of rates built upon this? Yes, you probably could, but I'm not an expert how PNM would go about that.
Right. Well, but you're aware that one of the New Mexico Attorney General's witnesses, Ms. Lane, is very adamant that PNM should have but did not provide a benefit cost analysis, and that's just a real problem here. What is your response to that?
I believe that what PNM has put forward is reasonable, and that since this is not the first time these technologies have been implemented, or that they will not be the first utility to try to make use of these technologies, a cost benefit analysis may not be necessary.
Turning to the Exhibit 5 that you submitted, the leveraging advanced metering infrastructure to save energy, which I've read in its entirety, and I thought it was a really useful document to sort of put the big picture onto this case. At page 35 of that document, it says, an effective approach for rollout of AMI with time varying pricing is to make participation opt out as opposed to opt in. So in other words, it's not a great sentence, but opt out is the better choice when you're dealing with AMI. And then on page 36, it says, benefit cost analysis of pilots reviewed by the Department of Energy revealed greater net benefits and more favorable business cases for opt out rather than opt in. Is that, do you accept that conclusion that opt out is the way to go?
With regard to time of use pricing?
For rollout of AMI.
With AMI,
okay, go ahead, answer that question.
For AMI, yes, it should be opt out.
And why is that?
The benefits to customers are just exponentially greater the more participation there is. And for PNM to invest in not only a meter, but to a whole network to move that information and to have that two-way communication, it would be, and I would expect it to be really expensive if only 20% of their customers decide to opt in. And so it would really hinder any adoption of that.
I just wanted to read two sentences from that report. It's at page 40, that exhibit. And it says, much of the potential value from AMI derives from differences in the time and locational value of energy savings on the grid. Regulators will need to ensure that valuation and transaction mechanisms are available to unlock that value while protecting vulnerable customers. And I couldn't understand what that meant exactly. And if you had an insight, I'd be interested in knowing.
To me, that section there refers to the meters, so the AMI giving you not only, the 5-minute or 15-minute energy consumption data, so the time component, but also where in the utility system is that meter located. So if you're worried about general peak energy consumption issues, more on the timing side, the utility can identify how do we design rates or efficiency programs or demand response programs to attack that specific time. If the issue is maybe at a transformer or feeder level, and so the utility wants to avoid perhaps needing to upgrade one of those components, they can look at the customers, that locational component around that equipment, and perhaps deliver efficiency or demand response programs at a higher rate to that area to try to delay any distribution system upgrades. So that's how I see the first sentence there. In terms of valuation and transaction mechanisms, I think that probably gets into how you reward either the utility or a third party for achieving those energy savings or those avoided costs. So how are you determining the dollar per kilowatt hour or dollar per megawatt hour? And by what means are you paying the incentive to whoever, whether it's the customer or the aggregator or the contractor? But while also protecting vulnerable customers, I think points to making sure there's no predatory practices involved in this, is my read on that.
Page 15 of your direct testimony, it's a similar question, the first one I asked you. You there discussed the DERMS, and you note, beginning at line 7, while PNM has identified the theoretical value of various DERMS platforms, it has not specified how it plans to implement the technology or how the technology will support its distributed energy resource programs and initiatives. So similar question as I asked you when we started our discussion here. After all that's been said in this case, do you feel closer to an answer to this point, to what you said here?
I believe that PNM has, I think it was witness Omni Warner, agreed that a stakeholder engagement process that is focused on the DRMS is something that they view as critical. And so, I think that if that's the path we take, since the DRMS is not, I don't believe is suited or anticipated for implementation until year 4 or later. So there is time to meet and understand how the utility can develop the platform and create offerings that customers can benefit from.
I guess the question I just really want to ask you is, I read the testimony and I read your varying statements about, it's not clear how they're going to do this, but this is the proposal. I suppose I ended up at the end of the day kind of puzzled why CCAE supports PNM's application. If I misread your testimony?
No, we are supportive of PNM having a DRMS platform and would like to work with them in the development of what that platform will look like. I simply pointed out that the application did not have a lot of detail, and so we would like to get the folks who have intervened in this case, if they're interested, together as part of the next few years to make sure that whatever PNM's DRMS platform is meets what everybody's expectations are.
Yeah, and the DERMS is this specific instance, but I guess I'm just wondering, this isn't the only place where your testimony says, well, it's not entirely clear what they're going to do. But it's an investment that we think is beneficial. And I guess the question I'll ask you is, at the end of the day, is that PNM has just fallen too far behind and we have to act. Is that CCAE's position?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way, but I believe that these distribution system platforms and technologies are essential. And so I'd like to see PNM implement them as soon as possible.
Because as I was reading some of the intervener testimony, and this is not necessarily you, but part of my thought was, well, we, PNM is being sort of dragged over the coals for, a whole host of different things. And we want to move towards our renewable energy future. And we want to get there. PNM's goal is to get there faster. And then they come with an aggressive plan and everyone says, whoa, put the brakes on. And that doesn't sound terribly consistent. If you either have to expect them to act and there will be a cost associated, or they just do nothing and then things continue on the status quo. And so I wonder, where should the commission be more concerned? Breaking ground towards the future, or making sure investments are as prudent as they possibly can be, or maybe you could just do both all at the same time. And I'm sorry if that's a terribly broad question, but I hope you can understand the general inquiry I'm trying to have here.
I believe I understand. I'll try to briefly summarize just so I'm sure that how do you weigh an application when there is perhaps not as much detail versus knowing that these technologies are already being implemented elsewhere and that they are functioning and producing benefits.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking you, is it CCAE's position that basically we have to do something, we must act. So let's at least roll out this program as they've proposed it.
Yes, I think that PNM should go ahead and implement these various distribution system technologies and platforms. There are numerous customer benefits that can be gained from their investment. And it, is incumbent upon CCAE and WRA and other interveners to make sure that, we hold the utility accountable to delivering those customer benefits.
Does the fact that the cost of this program basically doubles over the next, 6 years, so it goes from $1.16 to, I forget what it is, it's 2 and change, and then it's $3, and then by the end of the day, it's $5. Does that, given your knowledge of what's happened elsewhere, is that consistent?
That doesn't sound too far out of what other, I guess, rider increases I've heard. Yeah, it's ideally those cost increases are being offset to some degree by PNM implementing improved and new efficiency or demand response programs or other distributed energy resource programs.
And what does the commission say when we invariably get the ratepayer who calls us and says, everything increases all of the time, the costs. I can no longer stand this. And if what do you say to that ratepayer?
Well, you can direct them to their local utilities efficiency resources to try to help them manage the cost increases they're experiencing.
But it's CCAE and WRA's position that whatever these costs are, not whatever, that the projected cost of this plan the benefits are worth it, even if the case is that this isn't ultimately, as is said in PNM's testimony, a plan to really reduce costs. In fact, the testimony says it's actually not intended to reduce costs, and perhaps in the long run, but this actually does not intend to achieve cost savings. You would still say the expense is worth it.
Yes.
And why is that?
Because of the multiple benefits that come from implementing these base technologies. Not only, I think PNM does a good job of describing the, reliability and safety improvements, the potential to increase distributed generation or battery storage on the system, to more effectively manage it across their system, and then add in new or improved customer programs from their efficiency and demand response portfolio. I think it's a net positive.
Does the fact that New Mexico is a socioeconomically challenged place play into the analysis at all? I mean, we dealt with this in the transportation electrification context, and there was discussion, in all of the three cases. I remember speaking with other hearing examiners about it. New Mexico is, has a lot of difficulty with the economic climate here, and there's a lot of very poor people. And what a dollar increase in many parts of the country might not matter, but in New Mexico, it does. Maybe does that factor in? I mean, should we? How does that calculation play as far as CCAE and WRA are concerned?
Well, I mean, I would say that the potential to offer, dynamic rates gives customers an opportunity to defer, say, a dollar cost increase much more than they can now on a tiered or on the very kind of, I guess, primitive time of use rate that is currently offered. So it's allowing a customer to align their usage with the actual costs that the utility is incurring. So it's, in my mind, giving the customer more tools to limit potential cost increases or bill
So at the end of the
increases.
day, there's some expenses, but at the end of this glide path, we get to a place where you can manage costs more effectively.
Yeah, the utility has to provide education, resources, and outreach to folks, so that way they know how to effectively manage their usage. But what they're applying for here gives that tool to begin doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Salin. Okay. That would, Mr. Kenny, thank you for your participation today. You are excused. And that would bring us to Mr. Shannon and Shannon Fitzgerald, excuse me. Is that correct?
Correct.
I keep saying the name Shannon and so Mr. Fitzgerald is coming in now and he should be with us. There he is.
Yes, sir, I am.
Very good. So Mr. Lesky, you can call your witness and introduce him.
Thank you. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 611, calls Shannon D. Fitzgerald.
Mr. Lee, if you could swear our witness in, please.
Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, no matter not penny, should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Could you please state your name?
Shannon Fitzgerald.
And what is your title?
I'm an assistant business manager with IBEW Local 611.
What is your business address?
I work at 605 North Cherry. The business address for IBEW is 4921 Alexander Boulevard Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Do you have in front of you IBEW exhibit number 1, which is the direct testimony of Shannon D. Fitzgerald on behalf of IBEW Local 611 dated January 27th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Was that document prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, sir.
Is it true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any additions or corrections to it?
No, sir.
If I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit IBEW exhibit number 1, the direct testimony of Shannon D. Fitzgerald.
Any objections? IBEW Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
And PNM has waived its request for cross-examination, and so the only other party that asked for cross was the Bernalillo County. Mr. Albright, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am. And I just have a couple of questions.
That's fine. I won't even start the clock. You can just go. This will be our last bit of business for the day. So
Yeah, it'll be just a few questions for Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm Jeffrey Albright with J. Albright Law LLC. I represent Bernalillo County. And one question I had was involved the approximately 43% attrition rate that was quoted by PNM on an annual basis with regard to the meter reading position. Do you recall that reference to that figure? I think you had it on page 3 of your testimony.
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any basis or understanding as to the frequency of that? I mean, has it been over time? Is it each year? Is it?
It's been a pretty consistent number over the years. As meter readers come in, their entry-level jobs. Some of the attrition is where they move up to other jobs. Some of it is they find better jobs in that the job starts off at about $19 an hour.
Okay, so with the reduction in, let me rephrase the question. With the projected plan that PNM has put forward, there's an expectation that there will be less need for meter readers with the new AMI installation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an opinion with regard to what the likelihood is that that will increase or decrease that percentage loss on an annum each year?
In my mind, it would increase in that those guys would be looking to further their career with PNM, hopefully through apprenticeships and other jobs. At the end of the day, if you know in 2 or 3 years your job's going to be cut, you're going to be looking for another one to replace that one ahead of time, hopefully.
Okay, and with the representations that have been made by PNM, do you feel that that is likely to happen through apprenticeship programs that they have mentioned in the testimony?
My biggest concern is they concentrate all that in Albuquerque, not in the outlying areas such as Deming, Silver City, Alamogordo, Ruidoso, Santa Fe, and Las Vegas.
Okay, and I guess there's no way of knowing that until they actually implement the program. Is that a fair statement?
At the end of the day, I would take PNM at their word that in Albuquerque, they're increasing the opportunities for the apprenticeship. Again, my concerns in those outlying areas. I'm a proponent of ensuring that those apprenticeships are opened up in those remote areas as well, or at least other job opportunities.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald, that's all the questions I have. So thank you for your testimony and your comments, and thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Sure. Anything before we go off the record from anybody? Mr. Lee, you're relieved for the day. You can cease the typing.
I'll say no redirect either. Just
I apologize. Sorry, I apologize, Mr. Fitzgerald, or Mr. Lusky. Sorry. Just put that one on the record, Mr. Lee, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry. Long day. So tomorrow will come. Ms. Park, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Blank, Dr. Blank can testify beginning at 9 as scheduled.
Okay.
We have more than enough time. I suspect on my schedule here tomorrow, we'll have Dr. Blank, Miss Crane, and Miss Lane. And by my calculation, we may have a little bit more of Miss Lane on Friday, but it kind of depends on how the questioning goes.
Did I just hear to confirm that we're starting at 9 and not at 8:30?
Correct. We're starting at 9 a.m. We got through, as long as we're through Kenny and Fitzgerald by the end of today, which we are, then we are in perfectly good shape. So Dr. Blank tomorrow at 9, and then again, if it goes fast, we should get through all of the Dr. Blank and Crane and Lane, but we'll just see how fast it goes.